It was Friday, the day before my high school graduation, and I was on a ladder in the gym, hanging a banner that read, "Good luck, graduates," when my cell phone rang. The banner was a sincere message, but with the area economy idling and the job market sparse, I kept reading it as sarcasm. I was the one up the ladder because I had lost a round of rock, paper, scissors to Nika, who now stood on the polished floor with one foot on the bottom rung, holding it steady. I only had a tiny bit of suspicion that she had cheated and read my mind so she wouldn't be the one teetering 40 feet up with her head in the steel rafters. I was sure she wouldn't have done that because if she fell off it could have meant weeks in the hospital. But if I went splat, it would just have been several minutes of cussing and not much more. I finished tying the banner off on the metal braces before I snatched the phone from its clip in the waistband of my shorts. "Hello," I said, not bothering to look at the small screen to read the caller ID information. Nika had programmed it to use different ringtones for calls from my friends than it did for calls from numbers that were related to my profession. The short bit of Wagner's Die Walkure meant that this was such a call. "Good afternoon, Miss Kramer," the voice on the phone said. "I'd like to talk to you if you have a few minutes." David Solomon didn't bother to identify himself, which was fine. I recognised his voice from his flat northern accent and the way he casually dropped a name that he wasn't supposed to know, just to shake me up. Conversations with him weren't give-and-take exchanges so much as they were competitions to see who could wring the most information from the other person while giving up as little as possible in return. "Sure, when and where?" I asked. "Right now, if you don't mind, the telephone company van by the curb." I leaned over and looked out the high window that overlooked the school parking lot. Sure enough, there was a phone company truck there with orange cones all around, and a guy behind it fiddling in the green box by the curb. "Be right there," I said, and closed my phone. "How did he find out?" Nika asked. She'd been listening in by tapping my grey cells. I can't even call that snooping, since it seems that she lives in there most of the time, and it gives me a wonderful outlet for my tendency to be a smart-ass without running the risk of offending anyone. Mainly, it gives me a reassuring, security blanket feeling to know that there is someone who is zero distance from me at all times. David Solomon's business card said he was the second Assistant Deputy Director of the Homeland Security Department of the United States of America, which sounded to me like someone who was buried so deeply in the bureaucracy that he could fake it by just taking lunch meetings with the other second assistants and plotting how to move up to first assistant and cut out of the office even earlier in the day. His real job was something else. Mr. Solomon was the chief liaison between all the diverse and acronymic intelligence agencies: CIA, DIA, INR, DISA, NSA, etc. And the covert. I could tell you, but I'd have to kill you. Operations groups that had been roughly consolidated in the wake of 9/11. "Duh," I said. "The man has connections. If there was something he thought he needed to know and he couldn't find it out, I'd be worried." Solomon had scored points with me for brilliantly orchestrating the rescue of a couple of VIPs who had been kidnapped by foreign nationals, a euphemism I had learned was used inside the intelligence community when they meant bad guys not from around here. I had an equal amount of juice with him because I had been instrumental in freeing the hostages without calling attention to him or his operatives. Solomon didn't visit socially. If he was here, there was a problem. If Solomon had a problem, it was probably something terribly important that couldn't be solved by conventional means, up to and including bombing it or invading it. Nika stayed behind to cover for me while I ducked out the back door and around the corner of the gym, where I scooted between the rows of parked school buses and then crossed to the other side of the road. When I came up to the back of the truck, the man squatting beside the junction box looked up at me and touched the brim of his cap. It was Max, one of the operators and a former special operations soldier who had been on the rescue team. I supposed he was there so I would know this meeting was legit and not a trap laid by someone. Knowing that people like Solomon existed was making me paranoid. I wasn't sure that wasn't entirely a bad thing, which shows how messed up your head can get when you start playing with the pros. I smiled sweetly at Max. Just as I was about to knock, the back door of the truck opened and I quickly stepped inside, and into a different world. Solomon has a thing about being comfortable in the field. It may be that upholstering the backs of bogus utility vans and faux commercial trucks with comfy chairs, coolers, task lights, and all manner of communications gear was a waste of the taxpayers' money. But the government wasted billions on so much stuff that barely qualified as holes in the ground, that I wasn't about to say anything at all about him turning the odd plumber's van into a rolling executive office. A man I hadn't met before shut the door behind me and sat down on the jump seat next to it, with an arm across his lap, poised just inside his open suit coat. I ignored him and slid into a leather chair on a sliding track in the floor, before reaching out to shake hands with the hawk-nosed, hatchet-faced Mr. Solomon. "Good to see you again, Sam," he said with a friendly tone. He took my hand without hesitation. "I wish I could say the same," I said, "but I have a feeling that meetings with you are not conducive to my continued good health." He snorted, a much more convincing sound than a laugh would have been. He wasn't used to dealing with people who spoke the truth quite as bluntly as I had put it. No doubt that was from talking to senators and other politicians who, it seemed to me, had standing restraining orders against the truth. "I might say the same about most of those you have had occasion to meet in your, other persona." He was right about that, more right than I liked. Until I met Mr. Solomon, I had never actually killed anyone. Since then, my body count was greater than 0, the only number I would acknowledge in my head. I was still very unhappy about that change in my record, but there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. Feeling perpetually guilty was something I had decided was unproductive, even though in unguarded moments the feeling did manage to return, and even to bring its friends, depression and grief. My change of mood must have shown on my face. Solomon decided to cut to the chase. "You've probably seen the media coverage of the young women who have gone missing while on vacation in the Caribbean." I nodded. "I remember a couple of them disappeared from different places. I assumed they had been killed by local criminals who decided to prey on the more defenseless tourists. If you're interested, then I guess there is more to it than that." "Quite. The specifics of each case make them appear to be random events, but the similarities are inarguable. 8 young women. 8. I only heard of 2. 8. All girls between the ages of 18 and 20, although mostly on the younger end of that range. All similarly attractive looking, in the same wholesome schoolgirl way. All unmarried, although most had boyfriends and 2 were engaged to be married. All of these girls have disappeared without a trace in the past few months. All were tourists. 5 Americans, 1 Canadian, 1 from Ireland, and 1 girl from the Ukraine. Some of the abductions were not reported because their families assumed it was a kidnapping, and a ransom demand would be forthcoming. No demands were ever received. Some of the crimes were kept from the media by the local authorities because it was feared that it would impact the tourist trade on which these places depend. How were they abducted? Do you know? Not yet. But there is one rather curious feature to the crimes that everyone finds interesting, but seems to shed no light on them. Nothing but the girls has been taken. We are fairly certain that some of them were taken from their hotel rooms in the middle of the night, and yet nothing else was stolen or even disturbed. Money, credit cards, jewellery, clothes, cameras. Nothing of value that the girls had with them and which we might have traced if any of it had been fenced or sold on the street. I remember one girl was at a club. How about her? Everything she had with her apparently vanished too, but none of it has turned up. So, the kidnappers are only interested in the girls? That's creepy. And that is why I was asked to become involved. Whatever is going on has the potential for creating a very nasty scandal if it becomes public under the wrong circumstances. This administration already has enough on its plate as it is. You have a theory. I have a suspicion. I do not yet have enough information to know if it is justified, and I am not prepared to discuss it until I do. What do you want me to do? I already had an idea, but I didn't want to buy a bigger problem than I had to. Although this was only my second encounter with the man, I was already aware that volunteering for one of his jobs carried with it an implication of expendability. He had never actually said that if I screwed up, the government would disavow all knowledge of me or my actions, but I wasn't born the day before yesterday under a cabbage leaf. Accepting responsibility wasn't something anyone in power ever liked to do, and my history texts hadn't mentioned anyone actually doing it as a matter of policy since President Truman was in office. The government of the United States would like to send you and your partner on an all-expenses-paid vacation to the Caribbean Sea. How nice! To what do we owe this honour? You are the right age, you are unmarried, and you are very attractive. Why, Mr. Solomon, I didn't think you'd noticed. He choked back a laugh. You two are also the only operatives who fit the profile. I noticed that he was addressing me as though Nika were in the truck with us. The time he had spent alone with Nika while she gave him the telepathic play-by-play of what I was up to during the hostage rescue back in early May must have impressed him quite a bit. So we're bait. You want us to go get ourselves kidnapped or shanghaied or whatever. Are you sending bodyguards with us? I asked, nodding toward the beefy man by the door who hadn't taken his eyes off me or his hand out of his coat the whole time. That would be rather like setting a tabby to guard a tiger, wouldn't you say? This time he did laugh, and with no help from me. The man by the door didn't look amused at all at hearing the comparison. His gaze became more steely, and his shoulders tensed. I swiveled my chair so I was facing him. Sam, Mr. Solomon said in a tone that was part warning and part pleading. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. That really got the guy's blood going. His eyes narrowed and he looked at Mr. Solomon for the first time to see if he was being put on. It was very tempting to mess with him, but I had already seen how badly I could rattle the most professionally scary people, and that was kind of unsettling. I mean, you'd think that the most elite, ex-Force Recon, ex-Green Beret, ex-SEAL, ex-Delta, ex-whatever special operations unit I might have missed, would be made of sterner stuff. But every one of them I had met so far had very nearly freaked when I introduced them to the dragon. I think it must be that seeing a 5-to-1, 110-pound, blonde, blue-eyed, 18-year-old girl turn into a grey-green, scaly, fire-breathing monster with blood-dripping yellow teeth and claws is something that doesn't get covered anywhere in the courses on 100 Ways to Kill Silently, jump out of planes and wait till the last possible second before pulling the ripcord. Sneak up backstairs quietly while carrying an arsenal on your back, swim miles underwater in the freezing cold, or make a bomb out of a can of bug spray and a handful of thumbtacks. They don't seem to mind that I can tear cars apart, bend iron bars into pretzels, or jump over small buildings, but my animated makeup scares the bejeebers out of them. Go figure. You made Colonel Brock feel like a fifth wheel, you know, Solomon said, tossing out a piece of gossip to try to get my attention back so I wouldn't do whatever he thought I was thinking of doing to his bodyguard. Brock was the commander of Sigma 7, one of Solomon's teams of go anywhere, do whatever is needed, and get out without being spotted operators. He was magnificently suited to his job, and he was one of the few men I had met since I took up being a superheroine who actually scared me. I guess partly for the same reason he made my skin crawl, he also made the more intimate parts of my body quiver as well. I still had fantasies about what it might be like to spend some quality time between the sheets with him, and I wondered if he hadn't felt the same about me. The fact that I had managed to save Brock's life the last time we met had probably ruined any chance I might have had to know him better. That I had done it by accident added to the insult. Brock worked off a steel-strong sense of duty, and an equally hard self-image of himself as a professional soldier. I had put some cracks in that by being in the right place at the right time to keep him from being perforated. Me being a little girl just poured salt into the open wound. "How is the Colonel?" I asked. "Keeping busy," he said, which was a polite way of saying I didn't need to know. He was one of the people who advocated giving this assignment to you. He was quite enthusiastic about it. Brock was one of the least animated people you were ever likely to meet. Brick walls generally have more vivacious personalities. To hear him described as being enthusiastic about something was jarring. For him to be strongly in favour of giving me this assignment meant he either had complete faith in my abilities to carry it out, or he wanted me to vanish off the face of the earth along with the rest of the victims. Either way, I must have had more of an effect on Brock than I thought. I decided to take it as a vote of confidence. If Brock's professionalism had deteriorated to the point of his becoming vindictive, Solomon would have fired him in a skinny second. At the level these people worked, emotions could not be permitted to influence decisions. Even I knew that getting emotional in the field could get you very quickly dead. "When do we leave? You know we have graduation tomorrow." "I wouldn't dream of keeping you from the ceremony," he said, taking a thick manila envelope out of a drawer and handing it to me. "Your plane doesn't leave until Sunday afternoon." I wasn't the slightest bit surprised or offended that Solomon had arrived completely prepared, or that he assumed we would be willing to help him. Detail-oriented, didn't begin to describe how he worked. He was probably a genius, and everything I had seen of him made me think he was the best person for the job. "And if we do manage to get ourselves picked up by the kidnappers, then you may deal with the situation as you see fit." The thing I liked best about Solomon was that despite the level of detail in his plans, when he gave you an assignment, he gave you an assignment. I knew he would have liked very much to know what was going on every second, but only so he could provide whatever support we might need. If his being in the loop might compromise the outcome of the mission, he was smart enough to know when to butt out. He was also smart enough to know that he didn't know everything. If you had a contribution to the plan, or an idea to offer, he would listen. Although maybe that was just me never knowing when to shut up and let the people in charge run things. I had been sort of mouthy before my transformation. Afterwards, the knowledge that I could pound anyone in the room into sand loosened my tongue even more. And the other implication in leaving things in the hands of the people on the ground, in the field, or however you want to describe it, was the assumption that the bad guys were just targets to be neutralized, or whatever the current euphemism was for killing. I still told myself that I would avoid that if I possibly could, but I had to admit that sometimes the bastards just didn't want to be reasonable. A stern talking to or a slap on the wrist just wasn't going to do it for people who had already decided that it was going to be you or them, and they were totally committed to making it you. When I got into this line of work, I had illusions that I could change people, to make them see the error of their ways. So far, most of the change seemed to be in me. In darker moments, I wondered if the risks I took while giving the bad guys as much rope as they wanted before I had to turn it into a noose were really worth it. Surely it would be easier to just go into things with the idea, kill them all and let God sort it out. But if I let myself believe that, didn't that make me as much of a threat as the people who created the problems in the beginning? Sometimes my level of job satisfaction is pretty low. I never thought it would suck to be a superheroine. "So quit," Nika said in my head. "Give it up. You don't have to do this."
"No, I won't. I can't."
We had this conversation regularly. She knew just what it would take to get my head screwed back on right. I knew it too, but having the conversation felt like reciting an oath or a catechism something. It always made me feel better. I do it because I can. I do it because, for whatever reason, I have abilities that few people have, and if I don't use them to make a difference in the world, then I'm really not a human being after all. You try getting up in the morning knowing that you are so totally different from everyone around you that you may as well be an alien from another planet. You see how long you can go, knowing that as your abilities grow you get further and further away from the person you were. See if you don't start to doubt your own humanity, and that the most important thing in your life doesn't become the belief that you are still one of us, instead of one of them. At the speed of thought, all this took only a fraction of a second. When I nodded and squared my shoulders, Solomon thought I was acknowledging the mission. "Good," he said. "You can reach me through my office or by calling any US embassy or consulate. Just mention my name and they will put you through." He waved a hand at all the electronic stuff in the truck. I had no doubt that he could use it to talk to anyone, anywhere, at a second's notice. It was reassuring to know that if we somehow got ourselves into something really deep and smelly, one call would be "Bring the Marines." Literally. Nika and I excused ourselves from the after-decorating party with the excuse that we had some shopping to do. Instead, We went back to my house and into the basement workroom that she won't quit calling the dragon's lair. I opened the bulging envelope and dumped everything onto the desk. It was a big pile of papers and stuff. When we got it all sorted out, we had plane tickets, passports, visas, permits, IDs, and several credit cards apiece that probably could be used to buy an entire department store, or anything that we might need to complete the mission. "Holy credit limit, Sam," Nika said, fanning herself with the plastic. "This is going to be a lot of fun. We get to party and Uncle Sugar gets the bill. Now you see where all those taxes the coffee shop took out of your pay went to," I said. "And well worth it. I had no idea being your partner would be so rewarding. Better than riding around on that thing?" I asked, indicating the huge motorcycle that was lurking malevolently under a tarp at the far end of the room. Nika was torn. Dressing up in her costume and driving the bike all over town at insane speeds was her favourite part of our partnership. She had a hard time deciding if being handed a fistful of no-limit credit cards and told to go party in exotic places appealed to her more. "Almost," she finally allowed. "Hey, wait a minute. These say Monique Diamond, not Monique Morgan." "Mine say Samantha Draco." "Huh. From the constellation Draconis, the dragon. Someone in the government has a sense of humour." "Apparently. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, the joke might be on us. Or it could just be that Mr. Solomon picked aliases he thought we could remember." "That's better. I'll sure turn my head the first time someone calls me Miss Draco. Solomon strikes again. That man is too smart for his own good." "You'd rather someone with that kind of power were an idiot?" "Oh, heck no. Still, sometimes he scares me more than Colonel Brock. In a totally different way, of course. Still thinking they might haul you off to the underground lab and take you apart to see what makes you tick?" "Sometimes. But not as long as Solomon thinks he can use me." "You left out to do his dirty work." "It's dirty work, all right, but someone has to do it. You and Brock are more alike than you think. You both have a strong sense of duty. His is to his country. And mine is to the human race as well. Sam the Earth Mother. It helps to think that way. Actually, it helps a lot. I feel closer to people." Nika knew I had been having a hard time dealing with having killed those men. She couldn't live halfway inside my head and miss it. She was always there to remind me of what was important. "Like love," she said, flooding my head with the warmth of her mental embrace. I wrapped my arms around her and we hugged for a while as we danced through each other's heads, sharing a pure emotion that drove my depression back into its box and slammed the lid. There are things that people do to show love. They touch. They caress. They kiss. They make love. Picture doing those things mind to mind. You can't. I know. The best you imagine isn't a fraction of what it feels like to feel love at the source, to tap into the pure flow, to dive in and feel it with your whole being. It's the most incredible thing you can imagine. And we had it. Whatever happened, we had that. It made everything good. When she found that she could visit my dreams, we thought that would be a lot of fun, but neither of us had managed to work up the courage to try it again. It made sex so fantastic that it was scary. A couple of times we had gotten confused about who was who. I would see the red hair over my shoulder and not know it wasn't mine. Nika would play with my boobs using my hands instead of hers. I felt what she felt and on until it threatened to spiral out of control. Afterwards, it brought us so close together that we had to cut back on the telepathy to make sure that we stayed two separate people instead of one gestalt. Still, the times we had managed to drag or trick our boyfriends into bed with us at the same time had been truly awesome adventures in experiencing more orgasms than should be legal. She would come, I would feel her come, she would feel me come, and pretty soon our brains would be spinning. I know it made Steve and Jim feel seriously studly to bring us to the point where we would climax continuously and either beg them to stop or beg them not to. I think it was the fact that they had us so totally at their mercy, and I suspect they even exchanged a few high fives over that, but I wasn't in any shape to confirm it at the time. Boys keep score, girls just keep coming. I think we got the better deal. Once we had the plastic, we both wanted to hit the mall and see if we could run up the national debt a few more decimal points. But sanity prevailed. The chance that someone would recognize us and know that the names on the cards didn't match was a risk neither of us felt was worth taking. "Just wait till we get there," Nika said. "By the way, where is there? Where are we going first?" The airport abbreviation on the plane ticket said VIJ. Neither of knew where that was. We had to turn on the PC and look it up before we discovered that our first stop would be the island of Virgin Gorda in the British Virgin Islands. "Virgin Islands?" I said. "Hush, just hush," Nika said, giggling. "Yeah, but do you really think they'll let us in?" "Stop." It was too late. We giggled until the tears started. It was silly and stupid, but it was funny just the same. After we wound down, we sat dabbing our eyes with wads of tissue and tried not to set each other off again. "Now we have to tell Bambi and my parents," Nika said. "Oh my God, what am I going to tell my parents?" "You won a contest?" I suggested. "No?" "Tell them we met a nice Jewish boy who is giving us free tickets to visit him and his mother in the British Virgin Islands." "That's better, but I think Daddy might have some questions." "Then tell your mother the truth and let her figure out what to tell your father." "You want me to tell my mother that I'm going out of the country for a few weeks while I try to get kidnapped and probably murdered?" "Okay, scratch that. Tell them Bambi is sending us on a holiday as a graduation present." "Now that will work. All you have to do is get her to go along and we're home free." I hadn't thought of that. How is she going to take this?" Not at all badly, as it turned out. I tried to subtly suggest the idea of the trip as a present, but I wasn't as subtly as I thought. "Mum, I think I need to get away for a while after graduation." "You mean go off somewhere and kick up your heels before you go to college in the fall? That sounds like a wonderful idea. You have seemed kind of down lately. Maybe a trip will do you good. Where were you thinking of going?" "The Caribbean. Maybe the Virgin Islands." "That sounds like it would be a lot of fun, honey. Just stay away from the places where those girls were abducted." She thought for a moment. Then she looked at me funny. Or was that the idea? "Busted, crud. You know me almost as well as Nika does." "Thank you. Are you really going to try to find those missing girls?" "Yes, or at least learn what happened to them and put a stop to it. The federal people asked me to go, so this is an official trip. We already have tickets and passports and everything." "Oh, then how can I help? You certainly don't need my permission." "We need you to cover for us with Nika's father. Pretend you're giving us the trip." "Sam, I won't lie to Fiona. If she agrees that this is what she wants to tell Carl, I'll go along." "Okay." Mrs. Morgan had been keeping our secret from her husband for a couple of months now. Adding one more small fib to the pile she had already told him wasn't a problem. Anything would have been better than telling him what his daughter did on those occasions when she ran out of the house in a sudden fit to go visit me. I'm sure he just thought she was having a good time before finishing high school. If he knew she put on spandex and black leather and went out kicking criminal butt, he might have had a problem with it. Fiona Morgan did too, but she was so proud of her daughter for having the courage to do it that she was willing to shut her eyes to the danger. It also helped that Nika didn't tell her any more of the nasty details than she had to. I tried to do the same thing with Bambi, but she always knew when I was hiding something and she almost always got it out of me. Sometimes she was sorry she did, but it didn't stop the interrogations. Graduation was every bit the big deal I thought it would be. The ceremony was a sellout, with every seat filled and a lot of people standing in the aisles. We probably could have filled the football stadium too. In fact, the only reason we didn't have it out there was the looming threat of a hurricane turning the wrong way and hitting us instead of Key West. So instead, we had it in the gym where the weather wouldn't spoil everything. I thought I was going to be calm and mature about the whole thing, but every time one of my friends walked across and picked up their diploma, my eyes started to tear up. I kept thinking that I'd never see them again after this. When it was my turn, I tried to keep it together and focus on things so I could treasure the memory later, but it was over way too fast, and before I knew it, I was walking back up the aisle to my seat with the blue leather folder in my hand. The one thing I remember vividly was seeing Yvette and Jan waving to me from the bleachers. Jan looked happy, but Yvette looked about as miserable as she could be. I suspected she felt she had to be there. She's my birth mother after all. But it still must have been very hard for her to see me again. Neither she nor Jan came down afterward to talk to me. I understood. I had just enough empathy with Yvette to understand why she had treated me the way she had, but understanding and forgiving can be very different things. Forgetting wasn't even a remote possibility. After the ceremony, Bambi took us all to dinner. Me, Bud, Jim, and the Morgans, which I thought was very nice of her to do and them to go along. As close as Nika and I are, I really would have missed not having her there, and Fiona and Bambi had gotten much closer too. I guess sharing secrets will do that. Although they had actually been really close before and had just drifted apart until lately. I hardly knew Carl Morgan. He spent most of his time on the road, handling public relations disasters for his clients by spinning scandal into cotton candy. I think I probably had only had the chance to say 10 words to the man. The party was very nice, but the big deal was the graduation presents we all got afterwards. The Morgans gave Nika a new car. Bambi gave her sons both new cars. Jim got the red sports car he wanted, but not the one with the big engine in it. I was thrilled for everyone, and they totally blew me away when Nika handed me the keys to her old car, and they told me it was mine now. You have to understand. I don't know how to drive. Yvette would never let me take driver's ed and hardly ever even let me out of the house. So I never learned how, and I still didn't have a license. Part of the reason Nika and I are partners is she's the one who can drive the bike whenever we go out on a local job. I just hang on the back and try not to scream too loud. It was probably just as well that the car was pretty old and a little beat up. Who knew how much damage I might do to it while learning to operate it on my own? So it didn't matter at all to me that it wasn't a new car. The car itself meant I had something I had never had before. Freedom to go where I wanted, when I wanted, without having to impose on someone else to chauffeur me around. I didn't realise how much that meant to me until I stood there in the driveway with the keys in my hand. At that moment, I think that meant more to me than graduating. It seemed an even bigger deal than becoming a superheroine. While I was standing there bawling my eyes out, Bambi promised to teach me to drive. I wanted to get started right away, but she reminded me that my plane would be leaving in less than 24 hours, and I had better get started packing. Leaving that car sitting in the garage was one of the hardest things I've ever done. The next day was total madness. I dragged absolutely every scrap of clothing I had out of the closet and the drawers, and tried to cram most of it into the biggest suitcase Bambi had. "You're going to have to leave something here, honey," she told me in a serious tone. And I looked at the piles of clothes and then at her to see if she was about to laugh at me. She was doing her best not to, and that was terribly sweet of her, but I got her point. "I don't know how to pack," I wailed. "I've never been anywhere before." Bambi had been to lots of places, and even out of the country several times. She helped me pick what I had to take, then what I needed to take, and then as much of what I absolutely wanted to take as would fit in the suitcase. "I could carry a bigger bag," I suggested hopefully. "Honey, you could carry a moving van, but you might raise some eyebrows taking it into the terminal with you." I looked at the suitcase she had loaned me. Empty, it was more than large enough for me to fit inside it and still have room to move around. It was going to look funny enough, me carrying something this big around. Anything bigger would be blatantly suspicious. Bambi saw me frown at the bag. "Don't forget to use the wheels," she said, and showed me how to pull up the handle and tip it over so it would roll. That would help. I tried to look like I knew it had wheels. She reminded me that I might want to buy some things there. Things that I might want to bring home with me. So I took some more stuff out of the bag. I think I only made enough room for a pack of crackers and a paperback book, but Bambi was willing to leave it at that. "That's good enough," she said. "Now let's decide what you will carry on." I vaguely understood the idea that some bags went in the belly of the plane and one I could keep with me, but that's about as far as it went. Bambi patiently explained all the details and protocols of air travel to me. She went over gates, sky caps, boarding, seating classes, seatbelt signs, in-flight service, restroom features and etiquette, getting through security and customs without being detained, and why I should use the travel agent. Solomon had included the number 4, even if I was standing in the terminal across from the ticket counter. Then she covered the best places to find a taxicab, how to get the best room in a hotel without paying something she called the rack rate for it, who to tip and how much and when and where, to hide valuables in a hotel room so they wouldn't disappear while I was out. When she finished, I was reeling. I had no idea travel was so complicated. "Sorry," she said, looking at my dazed expression. "It's just that I had no one to teach me all that. Ben thought it was cute to let me make a fool of myself. It seems funny now, but at the time I was very embarrassed not to know better. Remember, I'm just a local girl like you." Much longer before the scheduled takeoff time than I thought was necessary, Bambi took us to the airport and dropped us off out front. From then on, we were on our own. We were both so excited that we could hardly stand it. Nika had never been out of the country before, and I had never been anywhere before. Going to Miami in Mr. Solomon's jet didn't count. That was business. We managed to get our bags checked in at the counter without too much fuss. Although the man who put mine on the moving belt shot me a nasty look when he went to pick it up and had to use 2 hands. We found our flight to Miami on the monitors and started out for the gate. 1 hallway and 1 turn later, and we were at the end of a long line of people slowly inching up to a security gate about 50 yards away. Our excitement drained away quickly as we waited. An eternity later, we made it to the checkpoint. I laid my bag on the X-ray machine conveyor and walked toward the arch when the light turned green. Just as I was about to go through, I had a horrible second when couldn't remember if I had taken out the steel balls that I usually carried around in my, well, let's just say, I use them to keep a certain part of my anatomy toned and amused, so it doesn't distract me so much. Even if sometimes they do make me sound like a roadshow version of the Caine Mutiny. Fortunately, the machine didn't think on me, and when Nika made it through cleanly as well, we grabbed our bags and hurried off before we were singled out for special processing. Neither of us knew what that was, and after standing in line all that time, we didn't care to find out. The one thing Mum failed to emphasize enough was the sheer boredom of it all. If we weren't racing here or there, we were sitting for what seemed like hours. The actual flight to Miami was over almost before I knew we were in the air, and then it was back to waiting some more in the next departure lounge. When we landed in Virgin Gorda, we were pooped out. Fortunately, customs turned out to be less of an ordeal than the security gate had. The passport control people were very friendly, and even asked if we were travelling unaccompanied, and advised us to be careful but enjoy ourselves. Before we knew it, we were standing in front of the terminal, looking for a way to get to the hotel. We darn near ran off and forgot the bags we had checked. We had to pass up riding in the colourful hotel van while we ran back to the baggage claim to get them. The taxi we wound up taking was falling apart, but I think it was a much more exciting ride than the hotel van would have been. The driver was charming and offered to guide us around and show us all the sights. It sounded like fun, but we were tired and we both felt grimy after being cooped up in the plane and lying around on the plastic benches at the airports, so we just had him take us over to the hotel. The room was tasteful and charming, but we were too wrung out to appreciate it. As soon as we had unpacked and showered, we crashed. We had only gone a few 100 miles, but the hassle of dealing with the airports wore us out. In the morning, the soft, warm breeze coming through the open windows of our bungalow was very refreshing after our trip. It was still early, but the forecast in the paper left outside our door said it was going to be very hot and humid later, but nothing above normal for that time of year. I started to regret bringing all the clothes I had packed because it was looking like that. This was the sort of place where you dressed very casually, and if you wanted to be comfortable, you wore even less than we were used to at home. For Nika, that is. If I wore less than I did at home, I'd be walking around naked. Still, it was a little disappointing to think that the nice dresses now hanging in my closet probably wouldn't see much use unless it got much cooler at night than the paper thought it would. After running around to check out the hotel, we ate breakfast in the hotel coffee shop, then put on our swimsuits and went down to see what the beach was like. White. Blindingly, blazingly white. Sunglasses were essential. The darker the better. The sand was finer than I had ever seen. I expected it to be too hot to walk on in bare feet, but it wasn't. I figured the heat must reflect off of it as easily as the sunlight did. "This is a great place to get a tan," Nika said. "You just walk around and the light is all around you. No lying and flipping like a burger on a grill." Of course, that information was of little use to me. If I wanted a darker tan, all I had to do was think about it and decide where to stop. I sniffed haughtily, and Nika kicked sand on me, and I kicked some back, and we were off chasing each other down the beach, laughing like loons. The beach ended at a dock, and we walked around it to find ourselves on a narrow street with a row of shops along one side and a small marina on the other. There were plenty of other tourists walking around, and we noticed pretty quickly that we were dressed exactly the same as everyone else. All the women wore bikinis in a variety of styles, with room key tags hanging off their hips and credit cards tucked in their tops. It was almost a uniform. If anything, our suits were more conservative than the average. Quite a few women wore suits that were little more than strings with tags on them. I had never seen one of those outside of a magazine, and it was something of a shock to see one on someone with a less than perfect body. After we did some window shopping, we went looking for a place to buy ourselves a couple of those bikinis. We never would have dared wear them at home, but we weren't at home and they seemed to be perfectly acceptable here. When we found the shop that sold them, I went in with a degree of trepidation. My 48-18-28 measurements, that's an HH cup if you're wondering, made it nearly impossible to find anything that would fit me off the rack. This time I got lucky. The clerk told us that she had messed up and ordered a shipment of suits in every size, not just the more common ones. She had both tops and bottoms that would fit me, and she was so glad to have someone buy them that she gave me a 10% discount. That wasn't the most surprising thing, though. While we were looking through the racks, I made the obvious joke about the tag being most of the material of the suit. I held the tiny tag up to show Nika. "Look, they're made in USA. Good thing they aren't made in some place with a shorter name, or the suit would only have half the amount of cloth in it." Instead of the obligatory laugh, Nika leaned in to peer at the tag. "Sam, flip it over," she said. I did. The other side of the tag had the manufacturer's logo printed on it. This one was another set of red, white and blue letters, but it read SFM. "No," I said. "Can't be. We came all this way to buy more clothes designed by Sylvester Felix Morton. No wonder he can afford to do my things without charging. He's into everything." The clerk seemed very impressed that we were private customers of a designer she had only heard of from a catalogue. She sold each of us a second suit each at the same discount. It was a very small shop and there was no changing room, so we had to run back to our bungalow to change into the new suits. When I put mine on, it felt weightless. I wondered if I were going to have to keep checking to make sure it hadn't fallen off. Nika had a problem with hers. The bottoms were just 2 strings with a tiny triangle of fabric in the crotch, and they were designed to be worn by women who shaved completely bare down there. The top of Nika's heart-shaped patch poked out. "Looks like you're going to have to wear the old suit," I said. "Not a chance. I'll never get to wear this at home," she said, and marched into the bathroom with her razor and a can of shaving gel. 15 minutes later, she came back wearing the suit. "I feel naked," she said, rubbing the spot where the hair had been. "Me too. Feels wonderful. Let's go back outside before I chicken out." We went back to the beach with a couple of towels and a tube of sunscreen. After we had slathered up, we lay down in the sun to soak up some rays. "I could get used to this," Nika said. Me too. But we have to remember that we're here to have fun for a reason." "Right. What was the reason again?" she asked, giggling. "Crime. I guess we need to think about how we're going to do this. Do we just lie here and wait for someone to crawl out of the ocean and drag us off? Works for me. But we don't really know how they do it, or even where they are going to be so we can be in the right place to get snatched. Then I guess we just try to be as visible as possible, and hope that whoever it is thinks we deserve to be kidnapped, I said. We could try going out and hitting as many night spots as we can find. If we go out and get wild all over, we can say that we did our best to be good bait. I don't know if that's a really good plan or just the best job of rationalization I've ever heard. Does it matter? She asked. I guess not. Besides, our best plan is to do exactly what girls just like us would do if they were here without their parents looking over their shoulders. Or exactly what we want to do anyway. I love it. When it got too hot for us to lie there any longer, we ran into the water to cool off. That's when we found out that the small patches of fabric in the suits turned transparent when they got wet. I hope you're happy, Nika said. You wanted us to be visible. Now we really are. Shut up and strut, I advised. We did just that, walking back up the beach to our towels. On the way, something orange flew past our heads and landed rolling on the beach. It was one of those flying ring things that are supposed to be the new generation of frisbee. Little help? We heard from down the beach. I turned to look and saw a couple of guys waving at us. They'd been playing with the toy and it had got away from them. Or so it was supposed to look. I walked over and picked up the ring. I started to throw it back, but I had only played with that kind of thing a few times, and I knew I was more likely to sail it out into the ocean than to get it back to its owner. Besides, both guys were already jogging towards us to retrieve it. Hello there, the first guy said as he came up to us. He was dark-haired, tan, and had a bod to die for. His shoulders were wide, his waist was narrow, and his stomach was flat sheets of muscle. His friend was equally hunky, but had longer hair that he swung back out of his face with a shake of his head. They both smiled at us like they wanted us to vote for them for class president, which confirmed what I suspected, that the ring had been deliberately aimed, not accidentally lost. Kidnappers? Nika asked silently. I doubt it, I answered back. It's a pickup, not a snatching. And indeed it was. Both guys quickly decided, with a bit of jostling, which of us each of them wanted to get next to, and they started chatting us up without even mentioning the orange ring. They introduced themselves as Josh and Len and asked us if we had plans for the evening almost before we told them our names. It was really amusing the way they rushed into it, like if they didn't lay claim to us quickly, someone else might come along and beat them to it. It was nice to be thought of as a couple of prize catchers. It was also really flattering. This was just the sort of thing I had been expecting, looking forward to, since my growth spurt had resulted in a figure that could be politely described as top-heavy. I had overheard the boys at school using several other less polite euphemisms that were equally flattering but more colourful. My favourite of those was bazooms, which I thought was kind of cute. Jim and Bud had explained to me that guys at school were reluctant to hit on me because they were afraid of rejection and the humiliation that would result when their friends found out they'd been shot down by a girl they considered a stone fox. After it got around that I was dating the captain of the wrestling team, not only did I not get hit on, it became harder to eavesdrop on guys when they talked about me. I think none of them wanted to risk pissing off. Someone whose idea of fun was twisting other guys into painfully contorted positions. Of course, none of them knew that the object of their leering was perfectly capable of doing the exact same thing to the guy they were so afraid of. The irony of it always made me smile. I figured that since these boys were off their own turf, they had no one to rag on them if they failed to score with us, so they were more willing to take the shot. Since they were in it together, even if they did get brushed off, they could always reminisce about the ones that go away. Even though it was very unlikely that these two were involved with the kidnappers, we decided to let them down easy. So, you want to go to the marina with us tonight? Josh asked. I don't know, I said teasingly. Maybe we'll meet you there. Great, Len said, willing to interpret a vague maybe as a commitment. They have this reggae band that sets up right there in the street and the whole thing turns into this big block party. What should we wear? Nika asked. Hey, what you have on now is fine, Len said, seizing the opportunity to examine the goodies without getting slapped. I bet, I thought at Nika. She sent back a picture of Josh and Len with drool pouring from their mouths. "Really?" Josh added. "Nobody dresses here, nobody dresses up." That sounded sincere and probably accurate, given what we had seen for ourselves. I thought Josh and Len might want to hang out with us some more, which could have been a problem, but they apparently decided to quit while they were ahead, and ran off after a couple of "see you there's." They also forgot their ring. "Hey guys!" I called after them, waving it over my head. They turned and held out their hands, meaning I should throw it to them. I did. I swung my arm around and snapped my wrist and let it fly in what felt like a perfect throw. I was still congratulating myself on not sending it right into the sand or out over the ocean, when I saw it climb higher and higher and sail out of sight up the beach with Josh and Len running after it as fast as they could go. "Oops," I said. "Those things go really far," Nika said, with just a touch of sarcasm. "I wonder if it will make it to the next island." "Hush. It's just as well that they left," she said knowingly. She obviously had noticed something I hadn't. I thought about it before it hit me. Both boys had been wearing Speedos and their nice bulges had gotten even nicer while they talked to us. If they had hung around much longer, we might have had a couple of real stiff eyes on our hands, so to speak. "Now you hush," Nika said. "It's a good thing you didn't notice, or you would have wanted to help them out with their problem like you helped George Whitley. You leave George out of this, he doesn't have a problem." "Oh no, being sexually insatiable isn't a problem. Not around me it isn't. Grrr. Down, girl. Let's go be tourists for a while, see the sights. We may never be here again." "That's not a bad philosophy, you know. Want to go snorkeling?" We snorkeled. We found our taxi driver and let him show us the island. He probably made more off us in one afternoon than he could from driving people to the airport and back all week, but that was fine with us. It wasn't our money. We climbed rocky trails to spectacular views, and we saw the baths, and we did every touristy thing we could think of or our driver could suggest. We also got one poor man slapped. He was walking by with his wife and kids, and he saw us coming out of the water in our practically invisible bikinis, and he couldn't look away. His wife hit him so hard I thought his teeth would come loose. I wanted to go see if he was okay, but that would only have made things worse for him. Still, as they walked on, I saw him look back over his shoulder when he thought she wasn't watching. After a delicious supper of some kind of seafood I'd never heard of before, we got ready to go try out the nightlife. We decided to take Josh and Len at their word and wear our bikinis, but we put on little wraparound skirts in case they'd been less than truthful. The marina was only a short distance away, and if we did turn out to be underdressed, we could always come back and change. The party was already going on when we got there. The whole street in front of the marina was decorated, and they had tiki torches and those Chinese paper lanterns strung up for light. The reggae band was great and lots of people were dancing. There were booths all around selling punch, so we tried some. It was very sweet, a fruit juice mixture with a slug of alcohol that snuck up on you after you'd had a couple. When I realised how much I had drunk, I started to burn it off, but I decided it would be easier to stay in character if I let myself get a little tipsy. I was sure it was what the other girls had done, and the closer we stayed to that, the better our chances of meeting the same fate. Josh and Len found us dancing with each other and cut in right away. We danced and laughed and let them buy us more punch. I had more fun than I thought was possible. I had a real pang of regret that I hadn't been able to go to this kind of party back home. Before I moved out, that is. Yet another thing to blame Yvette for. But I couldn't work up to being mad about it. I understood her too well to hate her for what she had done to me. From her point of view, it was what she had done for me. Anyway, I felt too good to care much about missed parties. I was having too much fun at this one. Someone set up a limbo stick and people started going under it. I guess in the islands, those things never went out of fashion. Nika tried it, so I had to try it too. The first few passes were easy, but when they started to lower the bar, some people couldn't make it. I made it through several passes before it became clear that even though I could bend with the best of them, I wasn't going to win because when it came to clearance, I was at a serious disadvantage. I tried as hard as I could though. Lots of people cheered me on, but there came a point where I just couldn't maneuver my boobs under the bar. I got a big round of applause for the effort though, and that made me feel much better. It was well into the evening and we were taking a break from dancing while we waited for Josh and Len to return with more punch, when I noticed a man sitting by himself at one of the tables at the edge of the party. He was wearing a pale blue guayabera shirt with half sleeves, and he had a drink in front of him that he wasn't drinking. I pointed him out to Nika, and she looked at him through my eyes. "He's not having fun," she observed. "He's alone. Just sitting and watching." Watching us," I said. "People have been watching us all day." "As well they should. We're practically naked, and we look better than anyone else I've seen here wearing this butt floss." "No argument here. Do you think he could be one of them?" "He's got that predatory look." "He sure does. You'd think they would be less obvious." "Good point. And we know these people are competent." "So who is he?" "Damn if I know." I thought about it. I remembered sitting in a meeting room with Colonel Brock when we first met. He literally hadn't taken his eyes off me until he was satisfied I wasn't a threat, or at least not to him. I decided that was a good example to follow. "Let's get a closer look," I said. "Don't let him out of your sight." We started dancing again, edging our way toward the table where the man was sitting. We were almost there when Josh and Len came back with cups in both hands. I had an inspired idea. I refused to take the cup that Josh handed to me. Instead, I pulled him over to the table next to the suspicious-looking man and pushed him down into a chair. Then I started giving him a lap dance. A few seconds later, Nika did the same thing to Len. Apparently purely by accident, we had trapped the man against the wall of a closed shop and made all of us the centre of attention. He couldn't get away without climbing over one of us or the table. Now the man really had a reason to stare. In fact, in no time at all, lots of people were staring and calling out encouragement. An audience is something I can't resist. The limbo dancing had whetted my need to show off. The few families that had been there earlier were long gone, and all that were left were the die-hard partiers, all of whom were drunk or well on the way there. No one would object if we got a little wild. Josh certainly wasn't objecting. His jaw dropped to his chest when I straddled his legs and began to gyrate. He tried to reach around me to set the cups down, but I wouldn't let him. I wanted his hands occupied so I would be in control. I put both hands behind my head and shoved my chest in his face. Josh's eyes got real big and he licked his lips. It always amazes me that boys have that reaction to a girl's boobs. I know it's an oral fixation thing they all have, but they never seem to be aware of it. They get this hungry look, and it's just so obvious that they want to latch on and suckle like little babies. They want to do that even more than they want to stick their cocks into us and try to get us pregnant. It's programmed behaviour. I could probably win some kind of scientific award for finding out why their minds work that way. Getting a grant to do the research would be nice too. I lowered my groin down into Josh's lap and rubbed it up and down the fly of his shorts. I tried to undulate my stomach like those belly dancers do, and it felt like it worked. I pressed my boobs into Josh's face, smothering him with my flesh. When I pulled back, he grabbed the string under my boobs in his teeth. I let him hang on while I mimed trying to get away. The audience seemed to like this because they cheered louder. Josh seemed to like it because I felt his cock getting hard inside his shorts. It felt like it was pointing straight up toward his navel, which was just where I wanted it. I pulled off the short wrap skirt I wore over my skimpy bottoms. In the dim light from the lanterns and torches, I'm sure most people thought I was naked underneath. I reached around behind me and slowly pulled on the bow holding my top on. When it was loose enough, I let it slide off, but cupped my boobs with my hands, hiding my nipples and areolas. I held my breasts, rubbing my fingers around my nipples and tried to look like I was enjoying it. It was the easiest acting I ever did. I stroked my pussy up and down Josh's hard cock. The thin synthetic material of my bikini bottoms was slick and getting slicker from the wetness oozing out of me. I squeezed my boobs and my nipples popped out between my fingers. I rolled them back and forth and they got nice and stiff. Josh looked like he was going to die if he didn't get a taste, so I held a breast out to him but didn't move my hand, so all he got to do was kiss the end of my nipple. That was enough to push me past the point of no return. From there it was a slow slide into orgasm. I hotter and hotter, and I rolled my head around and took short little breaths, while I ground my clit against Josh's cock through the material of his shorts. I jerked my hips convulsively as I fought my way up to the peak. When I was close, I let go of my breasts and put my hands on his shoulders to brace so I wouldn't fall off his lap. Josh seized the opportunity to suck a nipple into his mouth, and the feeling of heat and wetness was the last push I needed. I hung my head back and moaned while my body shook and jerked as a climax shook me like a dog with a rag toy. Of course, Nika came when I did, and we did an orgasmic duet of shaking and moaning until we ran down and collapsed onto Josh and Len. Lying there trying to catch our breath, we both grinned while the crowd that had gathered around applauded. I turned my head so I was facing the mystery man. He was staring just as he had been doing before. He was apparently unmoved by our performance. While I watched, he casually crossed his arms, which made his shirt sleeve ride up, revealing the very bottom of a tattoo on his left arm. In a sudden flash, I remembered where I had seen something very like that tattoo before. I pushed up off of Josh and took one of the cups from him. I drank half of it in one gulp before setting it on the table and picking up my clothes to get dressed again. With the show over, the crowd moved on to the next attraction. Perhaps inspired by us, a girl across the street started to strip and everyone went over to watch her. That left us with Josh and Len, who were both sitting limp as noodles with big wet stains in the crotches of their shorts that were not all from the pussy juice we had rubbed into them. When I climbed off Josh's lap, he reached up to me. I took his hand and said, "Sorry, but it's our bedtime." I pointed at the mystery man. "Also, we have to see to Uncle here. He's very drunk and we need to get him to bed before he passes out." The man blinked once and then his head lolled forward on cue. "Come on, Uncle," I said, pulling on his arm. "Time to go." He staggered to his feet and we each got under an arm and hustled him out of there. As we went, I explained it to Nika via grey cell intercom. "Look at his arm, the one on your side." "Oh, a little seal balancing a ball on his nose. Very cute." "Guess where I saw that before?" "Cartoon Channel, ha." "You're drunk." "No. Remember when we dressed out in the hangar with the Sigma 7 team? Brock was embarrassed, but he stripped down anyway." "He had one too." "Yep." "So what's it mean?" "You are drunk. It's a seal. Get it?" "Then that's why he's playing along. We're one of him. I mean, he's one of us." "Duh." "Didn't Solomon say he wasn't sending anyone?" "Not exactly. He said it would be like sending a tabby to guard a tiger. He never said he wasn't doing it. Bureaucrat boy uses the English language like a shield. You have to keep wondering what's going on behind what he's saying." We kept up the act all the way back to our bungalow. Uncle played along the whole way, not breaking character until the door was shut. Then he became Mr. Dynamo, running around looking in the bathroom and pulling the curtains shut so no one could see in. "How did you know?" he asked, when he was satisfied that we could talk without being spied on. "You guys and your tattoos. I've seen that one before," I said, pointing. "Oh? Where?" "On another Navy SEAL. For being such sneaky guys, you can be a little obvious. Not all SEALs have these. A few of us got these to celebrate when our team leader won the medal. Even I knew what he meant by that. There is only one medal that comes with a capital M, the Medal of Honor, the highest military award a US serviceman can receive. And the great majority of those who earn them die in the process. Neither Nika nor I needed any clues to guess which serviceman had received the award. "Brock," we said together. "You know the Colonel?" "Not as well as I'd like," I admitted. Now I had a whole new reason to get to know the walking brick a little better. "I guess it's okay to talk to you about this then. I'm Evan Cochran, by the way." "Nika." "Sam. Pleased to meet you. Anyway, we were doing a night assault on a suspected insurgent camp. The intel said there were 5 or 6 of them holed up in this cave. When we got in, we found that the intel guys had it wrong. There were over 30 of them and they caught us in a crossfire. We took some casualties and it looked like we weren't going to make it out of there. The colonel was shot twice, but he still managed to take out most of the bad guys and then haul every one of us out of there and back to the extraction point. Yeah, I said. That's Brock. Now I knew why Brock acted so funny when I took a bullet someone meant for him. When you get shot, it's a very traumatic thing. You remember it very vividly. I know this from personal experience. Brock saw me shrug it off and keep fighting, just as he had done when he completed the mission and rescued his team in that cave. God only knows what went through his mind. Suddenly I felt very unworthy. The colonel sent me to keep an eye on you two, Cochrane said. First time in the field? I asked. With Sigma 7, I mean. Yeah. Does it show? Only a little. Why set a tabby to guard a tiger? Nika asked me silently. When the tabby needs the experience and the tiger doesn't really need guarding, I answered. What did he tell you about me? I asked Cochrane. Cochrane smiled, the first sign of emotion he had shown. Only to be sure and not piss you off. Nika laughed out loud at that, which confused Cochrane. Oh, I said. Well, welcome to the team, I guess. We told Cochrane about how we planned to find the kidnappers by doing everything we could think of that the other girls might have done, and being so visible doing it that we couldn't possibly be overlooked. If he saw anything amusing about our strategy to have as much fun as possible at the government's expense, he kept it to himself. We worked out a list of places to visit and a general timetable for covering all of them. Even if we only spent a couple of days in each spot, it was going to take weeks to do them all. What if they never make a move? He asked. Then I guess we start over and do it all again until they do, or until someone in Washington pulls the plug, I said. Unless you can suggest a quicker way to get us snatched. He couldn't. We couldn't. It would be tough, but Nika and I thought we were up to the challenge. The next day we checked out and took a local island hopper plane to Tortola. Cochrane went another way, which he didn't bother to tell us about. We all thought it was important that he keep his distance, so if the kidnappers were watching us, they wouldn't get spooked by our spook. We agreed to leave a message for him at the front desk of whatever hotel we were in if we decided to change the schedule we had worked out. Other than that, it was up to him to keep up and not be spotted, which was apparently the practice Brock wanted him to get. Tortola was a lot like Virgin Gorda. We spent the day seeing the sights, taking boat rides, swimming, sunning, and stuffing our faces. At night, we visited the local night spots and danced and flirted and drank until we were about to drop. The next day, we did it again and then moved on to Charlotte Amalie on St. Thomas in the US Virgin Islands. After that, it was St. Croix, Montserrat, Martinique, St. Lucia, and several spots in between that were mostly a blur of water, mountains, and sand. Although I have to say that Megan's Bay on St. Thomas may be the most beautiful beach in the world. By the time we got to Barbados, we were well-seasoned travellers and had been gone for almost a month. I had got tired of hauling the big suitcase around and shipped it and most of my clothes back home from St. Croix. Nika did the same with her smaller bag, since we almost never wore anything but the tiniest swimsuits we could find and we bought new ones along the way. That got our luggage down to one small carry-on each, and I swear we could have done without those if we had to. It's amazing how far you can go with just a passport and a credit card. I quit being picky about sizes and coverage, and learned to live with tops that didn't really cover much of anything as long as I could get them tied. String tie bottoms could always be made to fit, especially the minimum coverage models that would fit into a lipstick case. A couple of places we went, even our bikinis were optional, and we went adventuring in just skin and carrying a drawstring wrist purse big enough for only those few things we thought we couldn't do without. We both thought it would be hard to let go of that last tiny scrap of fabric, but it really wasn't. Being au natural became quite natural very easily. And I gave up counting the number of guys that tried to pick us up. At first, we suspected each of them of being in league with the kidnappers, but all any of them ever wanted was just to get us into bed, or boats, or the beach, or any place even slightly off the main road. The ones that were attractive enough, we let take us dancing or to dinner or out on their boats. But aside from a very few that had some serious sex appeal thing going for them, we managed not to end up too often on our backs. I even had one man propose marriage to me after we had gotten really wild at a party on his big yacht. The yacht wasn't the only big thing he had, and I had a really hard time letting him down easy. Even after that, he offered to take us cruising with him so he could show us the Caribbean while he showed us off to his friends. That sounded like it would be tons of fun, and if we hadn't had a mission to finish, it would have been really hard for me to say no. I think he was a prince of somewhere or other too. His people always called him Your Highness, but he never made a big deal of it to us. Our second night in Barbados, even though we were experienced drinkers by then, we had both had a bit more than our limits, and when we got back to the room, we crashed right away. When the knock on the door came, we were both so sound asleep that we could barely stagger out of bed and grab whatever cover we could. When I opened the door, I had a hard time keeping one eye open and one hand holding what may have been Nika's short beach robe closed. "Excuse me, missies," the black man at the door said. "I hate to disturb you at this hour, but I'm afraid there is a problem with your passports. I need you to come down to the station while we sort this out." "Huh?" I said sleepily. "Passports." "Yes," the man said. He was wearing a uniform and had a flap holster on his hip, just like all the police we had seen on our trip. "It seems that you match the description of a couple of wanted criminals that we just received a bulletin for. I am sure it is all just a big mistake, but I need you to come along to the station house now so we can confirm your identities. You will be back before you know it." While he explained this, he elbowed his way in and took us both gently but firmly by the arms and started dragging us out of the room. "Wait," Nika said. "At least let us get dressed." "You are dressed fine, missy," he said, chuckling. "Don't you worry none about that. You just come along quiet now, or I'll have to put the cuffs on you." He walked us quickly to a car and put us into the back seat before we could think of any more questions. Once we were locked inside, he ignored us completely as he drove off into the night. When the car stopped, it wasn't at the police station but at a small dock. The policeman waited in the driver's seat while the back doors of the car were opened and we were dragged out. I was about to say something about the rough treatment when a rag was pressed over my face and I smelled the sickly sweet smell of the drug it had been soaked in. About damn time, I thought. I suppose I could have fought off the drug, but I wanted sleep more than I wanted to know what kind of boat they were about to put us on, so I inhaled greedily and let myself go limp in the arms of the man holding me. I woke up to the unpleasant sound of Nika retching into the toilet bowl next to my head. "Please," I said. "That's disgusting. If you don't stop, you'll have me doing it too." "Just lie there and don't try to move too quickly," a girl's voice said. It surprised me to hear a strange voice and I started to sit up. The wave of nausea that hit me felt like a punch in the stomach. It didn't help at all that the boat was going up and down with a bumpy motion. I lay back down with my hand over my mouth and started taking deep breaths through my nose. It was then that I noticed that my wrap was gone and I was naked. I rolled an eye in the direction of Nika. She was naked too. The pretty brunette who was leaning over me was dressed the same way. Kinky kidnappers? I thought. Then it occurred to me that it was probably just the easiest way to make sure that we didn't have anything on us that we could use to escape. By the time I could sit up without barfing, Nika had managed to take her head out of the commode. "What's your name?" I asked the girl. "Becky Holcomb. Who are you?" "I'm Samantha Draco," I said, sticking to our cover identities. "That's Nika Diamond." "Nika?" "Short for Monique," Nika explained. "It's nice to meet both of you." That seemed so inappropriate for the circumstances that Nika and I both laughed. After a few seconds, Becky did too. "This is all so unreal," Becky said. "What's going on?" "We just got here, remember?" I said. "How long ago did they get you?" "Last night, a bunch of us were on vacation together and we tried to save money by all sneaking into one hotel room. I couldn't sleep with everyone lying all over me, so I took a walk on the beach. Someone grabbed me and I woke up here. A couple of hours later, they brought you in. How long have we been asleep? I don't know. I don't have my watch. It's been daylight for a while, though. She pointed to a small translucent window in the sloping wall. Bright light came through, but we couldn't see out. Did you get a look at the men who brought us? Nika asked. They are all kind of dark, but not black. Swarthy, you know. They weren't very big, but they were pretty strong. They didn't have any trouble carrying you. Did they say anything? I asked. Have they told you anything? I heard a couple of them talking, but I couldn't understand them. It sounded like Spanish, but I couldn't make out any of the words. They haven't said a word to me. They only opened the door to bring you two in, and then they locked it again. What do they want with us? I wish I knew, I said. But don't worry, we'll get out of this. Everything will be all right. Thanks, Becky said, clearly not buying my reassurance, but grateful for it anyway. I guess Mr. Cochrane will report in when he finds we have disappeared, Nika said without Becky being able to hear. And Brock and Solomon will know that we have succeeded, at least in part, and that we aren't running up any more credit card charges. That's true, but I think everything we spent probably added up to less than some congressman's bar tabs. We may be a bargain, budget-wise. Oh great, now we're the economical superheroes, just the sort of reputation we need. So they probably won't try rescuing us, she said, going back to the subject. Not right away, no. We're the team on the ground. Solomon was clear about that. They'll give us plenty of time to deal with this before they think of butting in. I'm sure they will try to track us down, though. If they can find where we are being taken, they'll follow at a discreet distance. Maybe we should have had them give us a transponder or something so they'd know where we went. I think the kidnappers thought of that when they took our clothes. I see they even got your earrings. I remember you forgot to take them off last night. I was going to say something, but I fell asleep. You passed out, you mean? She felt her earlobes, as if she had been unaware that her jewellery had vanished. Becky didn't have anything on her either. It seemed the only jewellery any of us had been allowed to keep were my rather permanent nipple rings. We had been thoroughly stripped, all the way to our skin. I still had no clue why, but the obvious conclusion that they were only interested in our bodies seemed rather ominous. Some of your nastier criminals take everything you have and leave you naked and sometimes dead. These people left our valuables behind and only took our flesh. It was seriously creepy. Wherever they were taking us, it seemed like it took forever to get there. None of us had a watch, and a thorough search of the cabin uncovered only some grey lint in one of the drawers. We had no clue who had us, where they were taking us, or what they were going to do with us when we got there. It didn't seem likely that they were just going to kill us and dump our bodies overboard. They could have done that already and saved us all a lot of time. I also didn't know what to make of the fact that there were 3 of us. Was the number significant? The cushions in the cabin could be arranged to sleep 4. Were we 1 girl short? Trying to reason it out with nothing to go on but that we were 3 naked girls, all 18 years old and all, even allowing for modesty, more than average attractive was futile. All I could do was invent one implausible explanation after another, none of them comforting. It was both terrifying and a great relief when the boat slowed and then made a series of turns before coming to a stop. We all held hands and tried to stay calm while the boat was tied up. We heard muffled voices and then footsteps. The cabin door was opened and the man motioned us out. I went first, pulling Becky behind me and then Nika. Becky let go of our hands to cover herself. Nika and I didn't bother. We were so used to being naked, or almost so all the time, that it didn't seem worth the trouble to hide anything. Besides, if they wanted to take advantage of us, they had ample opportunity to do that after they had us drugged and stripped. Yet I was sure that no serious liberties had been taken. The sun was incredibly bright after all that time locked in the cabin of the boat. It took some time before our eyes adjusted. When we could see again, we found we were standing in the open cockpit of a boat about 30 feet long that was tied up to a floating dock that led to a beach. The beach and the dock were in a cove that was sheltered from the open sea by a series of reefs. The man who had let us out pointed toward the beach and said something none of us understood. "I guess this is where we get off," Nika said. We climbed unsteadily out of the boat and down onto the dock. As soon as we were off the boat, the man lost interest in us, going about whatever business he had in the cabin, which was probably emptying the chemical toilet Becky and Nika had tried to fill with last night's undigested dinner. We stayed close together while we made our way over the weathered boards and onto the beach. There was no one else in sight. "Aren't they afraid we'll run away?" Becky asked. "I guess not," I said. "Where would we go?" Nika asked. We looked up and down the beach. There was no sign of civilization as far as we could see in either direction. Just long beaches littered with seaweed, driftwood, and the occasional humps of fallen trees. We all turned at the sound of the boat's motor starting up again. It pulled away from the short dock and turned out to sea, slowly turning back and forth as it threaded its way between the reefs. "Are they just going to leave us here all alone?" Becky said. "Why would they do that?" "Why any of this?" I asked rhetorically. For all our questions, all we were getting was more questions. "Let's take a look around," Nika suggested. There didn't seem to be much else we could do besides stand there and wait for a bus to come along, so we started up off the beach into the line of trees. We had just made it to the trees when 2 more girls came running out to meet us. "Hi," the first one said. "Hello," the second echoed. They were both about our age, with light brown hair, lovely faces, killer bods, and not a stitch of clothes between them. They seemed very happy to meet us. "I'm Kelly. I'm Pam." Their cheery tone seemed a bit too chipper. Really forced, in fact. If I had to guess, I'd say they were both really, really scared. If I wasn't careful, they were going to make me scared too. No. Once we got the introductions out of the way, we asked the obvious question. "So, Kelly, what the heck is going on here?" "Oh God, you don't know either?" "No. All we know is that someone we thought was a policeman dragged us out of our hotel room last night, and the next thing we know, we're being dropped off here. Haven't you seen anyone?" "No," Pam cried. "They did the same thing to us, but we've been here since this morning." "There are some buildings in the trees over there," Kelly said helpfully. "But no one else is around." We let Kelly and Pam show us the buildings, which looked like they had been assembled from a do-it-yourself castaway kit. Made mostly of heavily weathered boards and corrugated metal sheets, they were crude but sturdy things that would probably keep out the wind and rain. There were 5 of them in different sizes, one just bigger than a garden shed. They looked like they had been occupied not too long ago, but their owners had gone away for a while. I decided that shack was too upscale a name for them, so I referred to them as huts, which caught on with everyone. We searched all of them carefully, but as with the boat, there were few clues to be found. The only interesting thing in any of the huts, indeed, the only thing at all in any of the huts other than dirt, was a strange-looking table. It had a thick wooden top, mounted to a rusty metal base by a complicated set of adjustable brackets. The heavily stained top had short slots cut into it along each side. What it was for and why someone had dragged it all the way out here were just 2 more unanswerable questions on a very long list. "At least we have shelter," I said. "Now, if we can find some food and water, we can play castaway." "There's a stream just over there," Pam told us. "Well, that's good news," I said. "And I could use a drink." Nika and Becky were eager to wash the taste of vomit out of their mouths, so all 5 of us went off to find the stream. Pam led us to a thin trickle of water that flowed down the hill and out onto a flat strip where it disappeared into a patch of soggy sand. "Stay away from there," Kelly said. "I think it's quicksand." I doubted that, but I wasn't dumb enough to try to prove her wrong, so I avoided the wet spot and started walking up the hill beside the stream. "Where are you going?" Becky asked, running after me. "I want to find the spring," I said. 10 to 1. This is an island. It's probably too small to have a big enough watershed for this to be run off, so there must be a spring somewhere up the hill. No one disputed my reasoning, which was based entirely on a science program I'd seen on one of those nature cable channels, the legacy of many afternoons trapped in the house with nothing better to do. Nika followed Becky, and then everyone lined up to follow me into the trees and up the hill in search of my theoretical spring. I reflected that their readiness to follow my lead was probably a good thing. I just hoped they wouldn't lose faith in me if I was wrong. We all trooped into the woods and up the narrow path next to the stream. No one but me seemed to wonder about the path. As overgrown as it was still evidence of a human presence in the not-too-distant past. About 200 yards up the low hill, the stream widened into a pool with a small waterfall flowing into it. Above that was another pool, and above that was a much larger waterfall pouring into it. When I climbed up to look, I saw that my spring was bubbling up from between some rocks just above the highest waterfall. Nika and Becky bent down to drink at the edge of the small pool. They looked darling like that, bent over with their butts in the air and their boobs hanging in the water, like fairies of the forest. While I admired them, Nika's middle finger briefly extended to show me what she thought of being cast as a fairy. I waded carefully into the large pool. The water was cool, but not cold. After the climb up the hill in the heat of the day, it felt really good. I made my way cautiously across the slick bottom to stand under the waterfall and let the cool water pour over me. It must have looked very refreshing, because before I knew it, everyone else had climbed into the pool too. There was only room for a couple of us at a time to stand under the waterfall, so Pam, Nika and Becky sat down in the pool and leaned back until the water was up to their chins. We drank our fill and played in the water, giggling and splashing each other until we got chilled and our nipples turned into hard knobs. Then we climbed out and stood shivering in the deep shade. "Okay, we have shelter and water," I said. "Now we just need something to eat." "I saw some coconuts down on the beach," Becky said. "Good," I said. It was the first positive thing she had said, so I hated to throw water on it. "But have any of you tried to open one of those things?" Kelly spoke up. "Someone gave us one for Christmas a couple of years ago. It was part of this big tropical fruit basket. Daddy made an awful mess trying to get it open. He finally took it out to the garage and used a drill to get the juice out. He beat the heck of it with a hatchet, but it was such a big hassle that he got mad and threw it away before he got to the meat inside. That wasn't very good news. We didn't have a drill, and if a grown man with a hatchet had trouble, coconuts weren't likely to get onto our menu. "Well, we'll just have to find something else," Pam said. She seemed much more relaxed now than she had been earlier. Everyone seemed to be in a more positive mood after our communal bath in the spring pool. I think it was because we were doing it together, and being together in a group was much less stressful than being with only one or two other people. I wanted us to split up and search for something to eat besides the coconuts. But no one else was happy with that suggestion, and no one wanted to be left alone. So, we trooped off through the lush jungle like little ducks following their mother, unwilling to wander off for fear of being left behind. We hadn't really gone very far, just out of hearing of the sound of the waterfall, when Becky said, "What if we get lost?" I stopped and everyone bunched up, crowding close together for mutual support while they thought about that. I raised an eyebrow at Nika, who was either about to cry or laugh. Only she and I knew which. "I'm sorry," she said, unable to stifle her laugh any longer. "We're stranded on a deserted island that's we don't know where. By some men, we don't know who, for a reason. We don't know what. And you're worried about getting lost? How would we know if we were?" "At least we don't have to worry about food," Kelly said. We all followed her gaze. We were standing in the middle of a grove of trees with thick bunches of bananas hanging out of them. We walked all around and looked carefully, but no one saw any fruit that wasn't a dark green. Finally, Becky said, "I think I can get up this one if someone will give me a boost." I'd been thinking of just kicking the tree until some bananas fell out, but having someone volunteer to climb up sounded like a better idea. I backed up to the tree and made a stirrup with my hands. Becky put a foot in and I heaved her up. "Eek!" she shrieked as she sailed up into the leaves and vanished. There was a rustle and we saw her head pop out under a hanging frond. "What's the matter?" Pam asked. "I didn't expect to get tossed all the way up." "Sorry," I apologised. "I used to be a cheerleader. We used to toss each other really high all the time." I lied. In fact, I had done exactly what I had intended to do. I just hadn't thought how Becky would feel about being a human cannonball. "Can you reach the fruit?" Kelly asked. There was some more rustling and a bunch of bananas started swaying back and forth. After several big swings, there was a cracking noise and it fell to the ground with a thump. We all jumped for joy and then ran over to grab a banana. Green bananas will never be my favourite food, but they were food and we were all hungry enough to eat them. While we knelt and stuffed the stiff fruit into our mouths, a small voice came down to us. "Guys, how do I get down?" "Jump," I said. "I'll catch you." "No, really. How do I get down from here?" We were all stumped. I was the only one with any experience in tree climbing, and that wasn't very useful in present circumstances. I could climb, or even jump up to get Becky, but doing so would reveal something that I needed to keep secret. The kidnappers wouldn't have just abandoned us on this island for a joke. Chances were, they'd be back, and probably soon. Until I knew what was going on, and until I was in a position to be sure that I could get to the root of the problem and put an end to it, I had to pretend to be just another helpless victim. Showing off, as tempting as it was out of the question. "And we know how much you like to show off," Nika said mentally. "Any constructive ideas?" I asked the group at large, but looking at Nika. "Pyramid," she said. "That might work. Who wants to be on the bottom?" "You got her up there, you get to anchor." Kelly had never been a cheerleader, so we had to explain it to her. "Pam and I stand against the tree," I said, nominating Pam for no particular reason. It would have been logical to pick someone close to my size, but no one was close to my size. Nika climbs on our shoulders, you climb on her shoulders, and Becky climbs down over you. Okay. Kelly sounded less than thrilled with the idea. It worked anyway. Pam had a hard time at first, but Nika noticed and shifted most of her weight onto me, sparing her much of the load. Becky held onto the fronds and lowered her legs until Kelly could grab her around the waist, and then she walked her hands down until she was in a position to climb down our backs. Once everyone was back on the ground, we had a group hug to celebrate. We felt like we had conquered the world instead of a stupid banana tree. "That was fun," Becky said, apparently not regretting being thrown into the tree after a bunch of bananas. "I'm glad you think so," I said. "Because we're going to have to do that every time we want to eat." That took a little of the thrill out of our achievement, but not enough to change our mood. "What do we do now, Sam?" Becky asked. There was a moment of silence while nominations were closed, the ballots counted, and the results announced. I was leader, whether I wanted to be or not. At least until I did something really unpopular and got my butt impeached. The electorate can be so fickle. I guess we go back to the beach and see we can figure out how to get into a coconut. We're going to get sick of green bananas pretty quickly. There was general agreement on that score. So we walked back the way we had come until we came back to the stream and the path, and made out way back past the huts to the beach. Everyone split up and went shopping for coconuts. After discarding several choices each, we had 5 big, hairy, bowling ball-sized orbs. "The floor is open for suggestions," I said. "How do we get into these things? Hit them with a rock? Drop them from way high up? Make a big nutcracker? A nutcracker? What kind of lame?" "Hang on," I said. "Kelly may be onto something. How complicated is a nutcracker? Leverage is what we need. Tie 2 big sticks together at one end." "Sticks the size of tree trunks," Pam said sarcastically. "Of which, fortunately, we have an ample supply," I said, waving my hand at the beach with its row of leaning and toppled coconut trees. "All we need to do is make our nutcracker." It was hard to drag the log around and roll it into place so that the wide end butted up underneath the base of a leaning tree. But we all put our backs into it, and we got it done. If one of us was doing more of the work than the others, no one noticed it. We found 2 smaller pieces of driftwood and wedged them in as well. Now we had our lever and fulcrum. The ground would be the other side, and the driftwood would hold the nuts and keep them from being mashed into the sand. Great! How are we going to pick it up? Pam asked. But she didn't say it sarcastically. Instead, she was thinking. We all got on one end and lifted. It was heavy, but with all of us pushing, we were able to lift it up to about a 30-degree angle. We braced to hold it there, while Becky ran to pile the nuts in the gap as close to the tree as she could. When she had them in place, she backed away and we counted to 3 and let go of the log, running away as fast as we could so it couldn't land on us. There was a loud cracking and crunching sound, and the log twisted and rolled out of position. But when it was still again, there on the ground were 2 crushed coconuts with the white meat gleaming in the afternoon sun. We cheered and we danced and we hugged each other. 5 naked girls had managed to meet every challenge we took on and succeed at all of them. We each felt like Robin Crusoe. When we had gnawed the last of the meat out of the nuts, we went back to the waterfall to get a drink and wash the sticky milk off our hands and faces, and then we all went down to the beach to lie in the sun. We were lying there basking when Becky voiced a concern. Guys? Where do we go to the bathroom? We have to have a bathroom, Kelly agreed. I guess we build one, Pam said, getting to her feet and brushing off the sand. Somewhere along the way, her sarcasm had turned into a can-do attitude. While Nika and Pam went looking for some leaves to use for toilet paper, Becky and Kelly and I scouted locations. We hadn't been looking long when we came across a wooden bench wedged between 2 trees with a hole cut in the middle of it, and an overgrown trench dug below. It still smelled a bit like outhouse, and that's obviously what it was supposed to be. It was a good distance away from the huts and the stream, which were both probably good things. We cleaned it up as best we could, pulling weeds and even making a screen of fronds so someone using it would have a bit of privacy. When Nika and Pam came back with the toilet leaves, they were very impressed. Wow, Pam said. That's not bad. Still very rustic, but I think I can live with it. Thanks, but most of it was already here, Becky admitted. We just cleaned it up. It's still better than squatting in the woods, Nika said. While we were up for it, we went to work straightening and cleaning the huts. Pam found that if you stripped the big leaves off of a palm frond, what was left made a terrible broom, but one that was still better than no broom. We knocked down anything that looked like it might be a spider's web, swept the dirt off the dirt floors of the huts, brought in piles of green fronds and leaves for bedding, and generally tried our best to make the place quasi-livable. Just about the time we finished, the sun fell into the sea and it got really, really dark. You have no idea how badly you miss the electric light until you don't have one. It was a long time until sunrise, and none of us were sleepy. Still, no one wanted to walk around in the dark. We had no idea what might be out there, waiting its chance to snap one of us up for dinner. So we crawled onto our heap of leaves in the hut we had chosen for our bedroom, and we huddled together for warmth and we talked. We talked about literally everything. Boys, clothes, boys, family, boys, hairstyles, boys, and boys. By unspoken agreement, we did not talk about our situation. There would be plenty of time to do that in the daylight. When we started yawning and our eyelids kept falling down, we quit talking and we all lay down as close together as we could get, which meant hugging someone and someone hugging you. It wasn't too bad. In fact, it was darn nice to have all that naked girl flesh pressed against me. I drifted off quickly and didn't wake up again until there was faint light showing in the gap between the door and the floor. At first, I thought the light had woken me. But then I felt something familiar. I peeked down across someone's arm and saw Becky sleeping with her head in the crook of my arm and her lips touching my nipple. She looked so terribly precious that I wanted to cry. With my free hand, I softly stroked her hair. The motion pressed my nipple against her lips, and before I knew it, she had drawn it into her mouth and started to suckle. The wave of memory and the flood of maternal feelings that blissful sensation brought back to me nearly sent me reeling. It fired off an automatic chain of events that I couldn't have stopped if I wanted to. My biological programming tripped the lactation switch to on, and milk started to build in my breast, swelling it and flowing down to the nipple and into Becky's hungry little mouth. I lay there in the dim, early morning light and watched something that always filled me with an intense feeling of love and contentment. I was sharing the product of my own body with someone, and it made me feel incredible. I wanted to rock Becky in my arms, to croon to her and touch her cheek, but I was afraid if I did, I would wake her, and if she woke up, she would surely stop sucking on me, and I couldn't risk that. Instead, I watched and enjoyed the miracle. Eventually, the light grew bright enough to wake the others. Nika moved her arm, and that woke Becky, and my nipple slipped out of her mouth. To save embarrassing her, I rolled over and crossed my arm over my swollen, milk-covered nipple. "Good morning," I said to her. I very badly wanted to embrace her and hold her in my arms, but that would have been selfish, and she might not have understood. "Good morning," she said back sleepily. "I had the best dream. She opened her mouth and licked her lips. She didn't finish telling me what the dream was about, but she didn't have to. When we all had our eyes open, we walked over to our privy and all stood guard, while each of us took a turn using the crude facilities. As Pam had said, it was rustic, but functional. It was certainly a lot more comfortable than squatting in the woods. After that, we went up to the stream for a drink, and then to the banana trees to get breakfast. Becky went back up the tree without a complaint, but this time she attacked a much larger bunch of bananas. Nika had a theory that once they were off the tree, the green bananas would ripen. Since this would improve their flavour and digestibility considerably, we decided to take as many as we could back to the huts and store them until they turned yellow. The bunch that Becky knocked down was too big to carry, so we ripped it apart after something of a struggle, and each carried a section of it. Watching the girls ahead of me march through the jungle with their load of bananas, I thought we looked like a tribe of Amazons, heading back to the village after successfully foraging for food. It really wasn't that far from the truth. For a bunch of civilized people, we weren't doing at all bad at living in the jungle on a deserted island. Not that I would do this sort of thing by choice, but it was good to feel that we could deal with it. I started to wonder if there was any way we could make fire. That would really give us a leg up as a primitive culture. If we worked really hard at it, we might make it up to the Iron Age before we all died of old age. After we stocked our larder, those of us who thought we knew some woodcraft got together and tried to lick the fire problem. They were well on their way to finding a solution when the whole Amazon tribe thing fell apart. Pam had been down by the beach collecting and sorting coconuts. She came running back, waving her arms. "A boat! There's a boat coming! We're saved! We're saved!" I tried to point out that it was most likely the kidnappers coming back for us and maybe we should hide, but Kelly, Pam and Becky ran off toward the beach, sure that rescue was at hand. Nika and I stood by the huts, considering the situation. "We could go hide in the woods," she said. "Become gorillas." That's tempting. I was really getting into playing castaway, but we don't know if there is another source of water. They could just stake out the spring and catch us when we tried to get a drink, or they might take it out on the others. No, it's better if we stick together and face whatever it is as a group. We only have to put up with it until we can be sure of getting to whoever is paying the bills. Yeah. And if it is someone coming to rescue us, we'd look pretty stupid if we missed it by hiding. So we went down to the beach with the others. Their rush of "we're saved" excitement had already been quashed when they saw that their rescuers were the same dark, swarthy men who had marooned us the day before. Now they just stood by out of the way while they dejectedly watched the men unload boxes and crates from the boat and carry them to the huts. "Looks like we aren't going anywhere," Pam observed sadly. "They're moving in with us," Kelly said. "Well, maybe now we'll find out what this is about," I said, trying to sound hopeful. Actually, I felt seriously ambivalent about finding out what our captors planned to do with us. I wondered if the question should instead be, what were they going to do to us? But I hoped that line of thinking was more a product of my own experiences with seriously warped lunatics for whom torture was a hobby. The swarthy men totally ignored us, as though a bunch of naked girls was something they saw on every street corner. It was just a bit offensive to be treated that way, and I saw by the way Pam and Kelly unconsciously primped by combing their fingers through their hair, they felt the same way. The men methodically finished unloading the boat and then went about setting up the camp. They opened crates and set up folding tables and chairs and assembled camp stoves and hung lanterns and unpacked boxes of supplies. It all looked well rehearsed, like these men had done all this before and knew just what went where. I was marvelling at the level of organisation this implied when a man went past me carrying a case of an expensive brand of skin cream. My incredulity meter bonked off the scale at that. I mean, skin cream? And a case of the stuff? What the hell was going on here? A crude camp on a small island somewhere in the Caribbean Sea, no electricity, no running water, no decent sanitary facilities. And yet they had hauled a freaking case of skin cream all the way out here. Nika was equally baffled. I didn't bother pointing it out to the others. I couldn't explain it, and they might think I had taken leave of my senses for claiming to have seen it. The men finished setting up, putting up, cleaning up, and then cleared out. They all went back to their boat, cast off and motored away as if they were a family of camp elves who went around doing this on every island they came to before moving on the next one. When we realised that they had all actually left, we went around checking out the massive upgrade they had done to the place. The first thing we noticed was that our communal bed of leaves had been replaced by a couple of big air mattresses with nice velour surfaces on them. The second was that the inexplicable case of skin cream had been placed on one of the rough shelves in the same hut. Everyone else had the same reaction to that as Nika and I had. We all just stared at it as though it might vanish in a puff of improbability. Finally, Pam picked up one of the large-size bottles and pumped some into the palm of her hand. She sniffed at it and then smeared it on her arm and began to work it in. "Right," Kelly said, and helped herself to the cream as well. After that, we all proceeded to liberally slather our sun-dried and wind-chapped skin. We did our faces, arms and legs. Nika took a handful and did my back. Kelly saw this and did Pam's back. I did Becky's back and butt. I may have got a bit frisky, but when she turned around in surprise, I did her front too, and ignored her affronted expression at my taking the liberty. Her mild outrage faded and was replaced by acceptance, and then by her easing closer to me while I massaged a spot that seemed to need some extra lotion on it. The snap of the taboo breaking was almost audible. Everyone began rubbing cream into everyone else, everywhere. There were a few moments of ticklishness, and that started a bout of giggling, and we didn't stop until we had all rubbed cream absolutely everywhere except the soles of our feet. Even when we ran out of dry skin to soothe, hands lingered on skin that they were no longer inhibited about touching. Pam stroked Kelly's arm. Becky's hand rested on Nika's back. There was a moment of quiet, and then Nika reached out and flipped up one of my rings, cupped my breast in her hand and rolled my nipple around with her thumb. We had been keeping pretty busy with our heavy schedule of sightseeing and hard partying, and I must have been way behind on feeding my libido. My eyes rolled as an intense burst of lust washed over me, and I moaned a need that I hadn't been aware had been so badly neglected. I shivered so hard that I shook, and reached out for something to steady on. Hands immediately seized me and supported me, and then began to caress me. I fluttered open my eyes to see Becky with one arm around my back, and the other hand tenderly stroking my breast. I looked into her eyes and tilted my head up and puckered my lips in invitation. She kissed me, and I pulled her body against me on one side, just as Nika slid against me on the other. The feeling of their warm, freshly moistened and fragrant flesh was intoxicating, and my head spun when someone slid a hand between my legs and gently stroked my pussy. "Wait," I said, snapping out of the heated fugue. It was excruciatingly tempting to let ourselves be caught up in the moment. The sexual tension in what was obviously a room full of desperately needy girls was so thick we could hardly breathe. But this was a really bad time to have an orgy. I tried heroically to remember just why this was so. No one had removed their hands from anyone. No one even looked mildly embarrassed at what we were doing. the hand between my legs pressed teasingly against my mons. "Wait," I said with much less conviction. My reluctance must have been apparent. "You want us to stop?" Becky said, almost in a whisper. "No, damn it," I said. "I don't, but this isn't the time. Give me a minute and I'll tell you why." "I guess she's right," Pam said, halfway into or out of an embrace with Kelly. "We need to keep our wits about us." "We need to stay focused," Nika agreed, removing her hand and letting it drop away. My boob wanted to slap my face for leaving it hanging like that. I understood completely. Everyone took kind of a half step back from everyone else and tried to get control. There was a bit of throat clearing and shuffling, and a few promissory looks exchanged that said this wasn't over, merely postponed. I was sure down with that. Sexual release was the only kind we could give each other, and for that reason, it was high up on our lists of things to do as soon as possible. Now that we knew no one had an obsession with heterosexuality, it was inevitable. I'm pretty sure that it's a truism that good-looking girls appreciate other good-looking girls even more than boys do. We know much better the amount of effort that goes into keeping up your appearance, after all. And those of us who aren't totally self-centered know how lucky we are to be in that minority referred to as hot or foxes. It's a myth that we are all insanely jealous of each other. The truth is that beauty seems to be a pass that allows you to cross sexual boundaries at will. Once you have visited the other side of things, you realize that a boy knows what he needs to get off, but another girl knows what you need and is usually very happy to give it to you and to share in your enjoyment. They are also quite content to stick around afterward and cuddle with you, whereas boys either fall asleep or can't wait to get back to watching the game on TV. Not that I am advocating one over the other. Boys certainly have their place, and I don't need to tell anyone just where that place is. Primal urges and biological imperatives cannot be denied. I'm just saying that there is a lot to be said for teamwork, when what you need is a soft touch, some comforting, and a really good orgasm. Once everyone had their sex drives reined in, if not totally under control, we went back to checking out the camp. The hut we had stored the bananas in was full of boxes of dried fruit, powdered eggs, and a good variety of canned food. There were also several boxes labelled MRE, containing pouches that declared they were self-heating. Spaghetti, meatloaf, ravioli, chicken fajitas, cheese tortellini. Kelly read, each item apparently surprising her more than he last. "Has anyone ever eaten one of these?" Pam asked. "We took some on a camping trip in the mountains once," Becky said. "Mum thought Dad was nuts for wasting money on it, but the stuff was really pretty good, and it sure beat trying to cook over a campfire. They're kind of bland, though." "Put enough of this stuff on it and it won't be," Kelly said, holding up one of the small bottles of hot sauce she had found. Our bananas were still there, but they had been strung up to hang on the walls of the hut instead of lying on the ground. Apparently, someone thought Nika's idea wasn't totally crazy. 2 other huts had been turned into sleeping quarters and an office. There were 3 folding cots, 2 in one hut and 1 in the office. Assuming that the inflatable mattresses were for us, we knew we could expect 3 people to be joining us. The hut with the strange table in it was the stumper. Now, in addition to the table, which may have been too heavy to remove and replace, there was a captain's chair and a foot locker with a shiny combination lock through the hasp. This last was clearly intended to keep us from poking our noses into whatever was inside. It was the most interesting because it was the only thing in the whole place that wasn't completely open to us. "Can we break the lock?" Pam asked. "Probably," I said. "But let's not." "Don't you want to know what's in there?" Kelly asked. "Of course, but think about it. We've been left completely alone, in both senses of the word. The men who brought all this couldn't have missed seeing us, yet they very pointedly ignored us. Not one of them so much as gave us a hard look, much less tried to take advantage of the situation and drag us off into the woods for a little recreational rape. I don't for a second think that they were all gay. Someone told them that we were off limits and in such a way that they took it very seriously. Then there is the amount of trouble someone has gone to with all this. The fake policeman, the boat, the island, the camp, the food. I mean, there is enough food here for weeks. None of this was done casually. It's all been well planned and well executed. Why? What is worth so much that they are willing to go to all this trouble? I got a lot of puzzled looks. They didn't get it. I did, but I wasn't sure I wanted it. Look at it this way. What's the strangest thing we've seen? The thing most out of place for a crude camp? The skin cream, Becky volunteered. And who benefits from that? Who could that be for? Us, Kelly said. It's for us. Right, I said. It's for us. It's all for us. We are the reason for all this. Someone has gone to a whole lot of trouble for us. They don't want us hurt. They don't want us even to have dry skin from walking around naked all the time. They built a camp for us that we have been left in to do whatever we want, and they leave one box that they don't want us to open. Think of it as a game. It's a trap, Pam said, edging away from the box. Or a test, I said. Either way, I think we should leave it alone. They haven't treated us badly yet. They very pointedly haven't done anything to us except bring us here. If we open that box, we will be breaking a rule. Rule breakers are usually punished. It sounds like you know how they think, Becky said. Let's just say I have had some experience dealing with disturbed individuals. The best way to deal with them is to go along. Play the game. Don't make them mad. Certainly not before we know what they plan to do with us. Works for me, Pam said, raising her hands. We went back outside and stood in the middle of the group of huts. Do you really think this is some kind of weird game? Becky asked. Not a game like you're thinking of. I think every situation has an implied set of assumptions and a set of expectations that you can think of as rules and goals. If someone takes your clothes, they expect you to go naked. If they give you skin cream, they expect you to use it, and if they are interested in keeping your skin moist, they are not likely to come along later and damage it. This is a hopeful sign. It could mean that they don't intend to hurt us. Hang on to that. Someone wants us naked and beautiful. That's weird, Kelly said. Kinky anyway, Pam agreed. Who wants 5 naked, beautiful girls? Becky asked. Who wouldn't? Pam said. George Michael, Kelly said, revealing a sense of humour none of us suspected. We all laughed, and I was relieved that in the middle of this they were able to think of jokes and to appreciate them. They had lost most of the stark terror that had gripped them in the beginning. They had demonstrated a good degree of self-reliance. Being able to see our current predicament as kinky instead of horrible was a good step in the right direction. If they could hold on to the idea that the situation was kinky and weird, they stood a better chance of getting through it than if they kept thinking of it as terrible and potentially lethal. Fear is toxic to reason, and if we were to get through this, we all needed to keep our wits about us. I had already tried to reassure them that they would be okay, but they saw that as a predictable lie. I thought if they believed that in some warped way this was something being done for them, rather than to them, then they might be able to deal with it better. An important thing I had learned from my previous experiences at being victimized was that attitude was everything. If you thought of yourself as a player in the game, instead of as a helpless victim, then you stood a better chance of getting through the experience in one piece. You had to stay alert and be ready to take advantage of any bad move on the part of your opponent. The thing you didn't want to do was surrender, either to your fear or to the danger. I hoped I was reading the signs correctly and pushing them in the right direction instead of rationalizing something I wanted to be true. The skin cream could just as easily be there because someone wanted our skin unblemished, but not necessarily with us still wearing it. Later that day, another boat appeared and threaded its way through the reefs. This one was an expensive-looking boat with a powerful motor that we heard all the way up at the camp. We wavered for a while, but curiosity won out, and we marched resolutely down to the beach to meet whoever it was. The boat pulled up to the dock in the cove, but didn't tie up. 3 men got out and the boat pulled away. 2 of the men were very large, very black, and completely bald. They must have weighed 350 pounds apiece, and they looked enough alike to be brothers. They wore loose-fitting grey linen shirts over camouflage-patterned trousers. Each of them carried a duffel bag that I suspected was crammed with enough Twinkies to tide them over during their stay. The third man was much thinner. He was Caucasian, had a thin moustache and wore a khaki shirt with epaulettes, khaki shorts with cuffs, and a straw hat with a wide brim. He had a narrow jaw, and when he got close enough, we saw he had piercing grey eyes. He carried a shiny aluminum briefcase that seemed as out of place as the skin cream. All three walked right past us as if we didn't exist. They marched across the sand and up to the cluster of huts without acknowledging us in any way. We were all mystified and even more curious than before. We followed at a discreet distance until they reached the huts and began to settle in. The two large men took the hut with the two cots in it, and the khaki man went into the hut with the single cot and the desk. Still keeping a wary distance, we edged around the hut and looked in through the open doorway at the man as he sat at the desk, opened the case and took out a manila folder. He opened the folder and shuffled through the papers as though satisfying himself that they were all on order. Then he made a few notes on a yellow pad. It was all so routine and ordinary looking that we even more confused than ever. We withdrew out of earshot of the huts to talk it over. "What the hell?" Pam said. "Are these men going to ignore us too?" "Isn't anyone going to tell us what's going on?" Becky whined. "It's part of the game," I said firmly. "They're trying to rattle us." "They're doing a fantastic job of it," Kelly said. "Let's go in there and ask," Pam suggested, but she didn't sound like she was volunteering to be the one to go. "Let's wait," Nika said. "Wait and watch. Like Sam said, it's a game. Only we don't know the rules yet. If we want to have a chance at winning, we need to know the rules." That made sense to them. They all nodded in agreement and we all went back to the huts, where we all watched observantly, waited for something to happen. Obviously, they considered winning to be a possibility, and that gave me a great deal of hope that we might all get out of this with our tender, moist skins intact. The fat men finished unpacking, took 2 large plastic jugs apiece and went off in the direction of the stream. It seemed fairly obvious what they were up to, so we stayed near the huts and waited and watched some more. The fat men came back waddling under their own weight and the 4 full water jugs and hung them in the food hut before one of them went into the office to report. We could hear the conversation, but it wasn't in any language we could identify. The fat man came back out with the khaki man following, and then all 3 went into the hut with the locked trunk and shut the door. We were dying of curiosity, but no one was willing to go peek in on them. After a few minutes, the door opened again, but no one came out. We crept up to that door as warily as mice sneaking up on a sleeping cat. We were just about to peek in when a voice called out from inside. "Come in, please, all of you." We jumped a foot off the ground. It was the first thing anyone had said to us in over 24 hours. Cautiously, we shuffled into the hut. The fat men stood next to each other at the far end of the hut. Their posture seemed formal, but they had a relaxed air about them, as though this was everyday stuff. There was something disquieting about that. They looked like a pair of bored guards pulling one more shift, and I was certain that was in fact what they were. The khaki man was sitting behind the table with his papers in a neat stack in front of him. He looked up as we came in and said, "Line up here, please." That was a clear instruction and seemed harmless enough. We formed a neat row facing the man across the table and exhibited the patience that we had spent so long cultivating. He looked at us, as a headmaster might look at a group of unruly students who had been sent to his office to be disciplined. He took his time, as though he were making up his mind about how to deal with us. He looked us up and down. For what, we still didn't know. Under his critical stare, Becky became self-conscious. She started to raise a hand to cover her breasts. Nika was standing next to her and put a hand on her arm and she stopped. Cowering would be premature in the absence of any kind of overt threat. The man seemed particularly interested in my boobs. He stared at them intently. I wondered if he was having the same thought that a lot of people did. Are they real? I squared my shoulders and lifted my chest so he could get a good look. I put my hands behind my back and my heels together, tightened my tummy and my butt. When I did, everyone else copied my submissive but slightly defiant pose. Seeing our brave display of compliance and solidarity, the man smiled. "Congratulations," he said. "You are perhaps the best group yet. You were selected over many other candidates because you are young and lovely, and these are basic requirements. I see that you also have spirit. That's good. Now please answer when your name is called and let me know if I have your preferred form of address. Rebecca?" "Here, Becky, please, sir." The man made a note. "Monique?" "Nika." "Samantha?" "Here, Sam." He looked up at me and smiled. "We'll leave it as Samantha if you don't mind. Sam is too masculine. Kelly?" "Present." "Pamela?" "Here. Is Pam okay?" "Yes, dear, you can be Pam." I noticed that while he seemed to have a list of our legal names that must have been gleaned from our passports, he didn't refer to our surnames, which would also have been on the list. I wondered if this was significant. "You may address me as Mr. Brown," the man said, and I was 100% positive it wasn't his real name. "Or simply, Sir, as you please. There is no reason for us not to be cordial while we are here. Oh, and don't bother about the gentleman behind you. Neither of them speaks English, nor any other language you are likely to know." Mr. Brown went on to ask us a very long list of questions about our health and physical condition. If we took any medication, had we had any of a number of diseases, if we were allergic to any foods, and so on. It all sounded remarkably like the sort of questionnaire you would have to fill out to attend a summer camp. I began to wonder if Mr. Brown wasn't a few fries shy of a Happy Meal. We all fell into a routine of question and response. As far as I could tell, everyone answered all the questions truthfully. Since we had no idea where this was going, we didn't know what, if anything, we should be holding back. Then came the one odd question that rocketed us back a bit. "Now I need to know if any of you are virgins," he said. "Don't be shy. Nothing to be ashamed of. Could happen to anyone." He smiled congenially. Nobody said anything. We looked at each other to see if anyone was going to speak up. No one did. "No? Well, that's as expected, I suppose." He seemed somewhat disappointed, like it would have been much better if we were all virgins. "You understand I have to do a physical exam. Nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just routine. We'll start with Becky. Here, dear, hop up on the table for me." He had lulled us into such a compliant state with his nonchalant attitude and the monotonous, bored-sounding tone he used when asking us his list of questions that Becky was halfway onto the table before she even thought to consider if this was something she should balk at doing. She hesitated and looked at the rest of us as if looking for advice. I just shrugged. I didn't know if this would be a wise idea or not, but it seemed unlikely that anything really bad would happen to her with the rest of us standing right there, literally within arm's reach. Mr. Brown just seemed so matter-of-fact about all this that after all the uncertainty we had been through in the last day and a half, something that even seemed like it was mundane and routine was a very welcome change. Besides, we all wanted to find out what this was all about so badly that none of us even considered leaving. We had gone into the hut under our own power and of our own free will. The door still stood wide open and we could have walked out any time. The fat boys might have chased us, but it was laughable to think that those lumbering oafs could catch us. Brown hadn't threatened us, and if he had a weapon, it wasn't visible. If anything, he had been pleasant and reassuring. Becky lay down lengthwise on the table, and Brown reached underneath and pulled out a pair of latex gloves, which he pulled on with a snap. He took a lighted magnifier and looked in her mouth, her nose, her ears, and then thoroughly scanned every inch of her skin. While he was doing this, he paused and sniffed. "Ah, I see you have already found the skin cream. Very good. Please continue to use it as freely as you wish. Apply it liberally at least once a day. In addition to the usual emollients, it also has a high SPF factor, which will keep your skin from becoming too dark in the tropical sun. Please roll over, dear." Becky flipped over and lay on her stomach while Brown continued his scan. When he finished, he said, "All right, please roll over. Swing your feet around toward me and sit up. That's right. Now pull your knees back, grab your ankles, and lean back for me." I'm sure you've all had this sort of exam before. Becky did as he asked, spreading her thighs and presenting her pussy. We all watched while Mr. Brown squeezed a glob of lubricant onto the gloved finger of his left hand and smeared it between his finger and thumb. He held her labia apart with the other hand and gently inserted the finger into her vagina. Becky was stoic about the intrusion. She watched Brown's finger go in, and she bit her lip as he got as far as the second knuckle before rotating his hand, curling his finger and placing his thumb on her clit. "Oh," Becky said as Brown massaged her G-spot and her clit at the same time. The shock of being so suddenly and blatantly masturbated like that was in such contrast to the previous bland and even boring treatment that she was momentarily frozen in place. By the time she had overcome the shock, the direct massage had begun to have its intended effect, and she started showing signs of arousal. She moaned, her eyes darting about as if looking for something or someone to tell her how she should feel about this very personal invasion. I sympathized with her. I didn't know how she should react to this either. Slapping his face might have seemed appropriate under other circumstances, but these were hardly other circumstances. Instead, she reached out toward us and Nika took her hand and held it while Mr. Brown gave her an intimate massage. Brown checked his watch and noted the time on his pad. He continued to massage Becky at the same slow, methodical pace, watching her response clinically. When her own lubrication appeared on her pink labia, he made a note. When signs of a flush appeared on her throat and chest, he made a note. When she dropped her head back and rocked her hips, he noted that as well. The point of this became clear to all of us at the same time. Mr. Brown intended to masturbate Becky to orgasm and to record the time it took her to respond and react to each stage of the process. Very clinical and very kinky, but still nothing threatening or scary. As soon as she realised this, Becky relaxed into the inevitable and let herself go along for the ride. Heck, I think we'd all been on dates that were worse than this. The accumulated tension and the fact that we had all been at something of a sexual peak just a few hours earlier without release may have played a part in it, but it was only a matter of minutes before Becky was well on her way to a climax. She writhed and she jerked her pelvis and she tossed her pretty head, and then she came with a sharp cry that sounded like ecstasy and relief mixed together. She was still coming when Brown withdrew his hand, made another note and drew a line across the pad. "Well done, Becky," he said. "Relax now. When you are recovered enough, you may step down." Becky took a few deep breaths and rolled to the edge of the table where Nika helped her to her feet. She was a little shaky, but the smile on her face told us she was feeling a bit better than okay at the moment. Brown changed gloves and nodded to Pam. "You next, dear." Pam dutifully climbed onto the examination table and lay down. We could all see that her areola were crinkled up and her nipples were hard points. After watching how Becky responded, we were all more than a little aroused. It was clear that each of us would have to get on the table and endure the same handling. With 5 girls, the one of us who went last would probably be so ready to climax that Brown would need a stopwatch. As it happened, the last girl was me. As I had predicted, I was so hot from watching the others come that Brown had hardly touched me before I was off to the races, moaning and arching and jerking uncontrollably. I'm afraid I was so into it that a couple of the others had to help hold me so I wouldn't flop off the table. When I finally wound down, I saw Brown looking down at me with his eyebrows halfway up his forehead. He looked at his watch. He looked at his pad, and he made a note in a firm, jerky motion. His surprise may have been because my pussy has a firmer grip than most girls' handshakes. That's due more to all the exercise I give it than my enhanced muscle power. I started that workout regimen before I knew that my healing abilities would reverse any slackness that might accumulate because of my fondness for sex and my preference for guys with larger than average crotch tackle. I hadn't quit because it had become something of a nervous habit, like pencil biting or playing with your hair. "Well?" he said as I crawled to the edge of the table and rolled off onto my feet with Kelly and Nika helping me. I am most impressed. You are the most responsive group of recruits to date. Well done indeed. For a second, I flashed back to the last time I had heard something like that. That time, the person who said it was a certified lunatic. Brown seemed perfectly sane and completely sincere. He was behaving as though he were the coach of a sports team what had just had a successful practice session. When I looked around, the other girls were smiling as though they had something to be proud of. It was certainly no crazier than the rest of this whole affair. I want you to think of this next test as a kind of video game, he said, reaching under the table. While his head was down, I peeked and saw that he had the previously locked chest under there. The lid was open now, but it blocked my view of the contents of the locker. Brown brought up a small flat box with an LCD display that looked like a calculator, with only 2 keys. Attached to the box by a short length of cable was something that looked like a dildo. This is a perineometer, he explained. If you aren't familiar with it, it measures... well, it's simpler to demonstrate. Becky, would you get back on the table? Becky may have known or guessed what the Davis was. She hoppered back onto the table, lay down on her back, and opened her legs. She still had something of a grin on her face that got broader as she reached down and separated her sticky labia with the fingers of one hand. There's nothing like a good orgasm to loosen up your inhibitions. Brown inserted the pale blue dildo into Becky and set the box down on the table where we could all see it. Now I want you to squeeze the probe as hard as you can for as long as you can. Your score will be displayed here. Becky scrunched up her face and bore down as hard as she could. We saw the digits flicker on the box, climbing and then falling again as her PC muscles became fatigued. Not bad, Mr. Brown said, checking the readout. Peak 32, average 26. Who wants to go next? By unspoken agreement, we went in the same order as before. Pam scored 35-29 and Kelly 34-25. Nika managed a 40-32, which impressed everyone. When I tried it, my muscles had the same sort of fit they had whenever they got hold of anything that felt like a cock. They sucked the probe in and started playing with it. I had to clamp down hard to get them to all work together. When I did, the numbers in the display flickered and then stopped with the display reading, Must be the batteries, Brown mumbled. He slapped the side of the box and I managed to ease off just as he pressed the reset button. The display ran up to 50-50 and stayed there. Damn, Brown said. He tapped the box again, but the display didn't change anymore. Then he tried to remove the probe. After a couple of tugs, he said, Give it back, please. He was looking at my face. I wanted to tell him to talk to the pussy, but I managed to keep my smart-ass comment between me and Nika, who bit her lip to keep from giggling. I raised my hips a bit and ejected the probe into his hand. It came squirting out so fast it nearly got away from him. Mr. Brown cleaned the probe and put it away. I crawled off the table while he brought up a device that looked like something right out of Star Trek. 2 plastic cylinders around a central metal tube. Through a window in one of the blue cylinders, I could see some greenish liquid. Now I need all of you to bend over the table and grab hold of the far edge, he said, as he stood and walked around to our side of the table. We hesitated, looking around to get a consensus on whether this was the one thing too far that we should have objected to. Brown slapped Becky on the butt. Not a hard slap, just a bit more than a friendly pop. But it startled her so much that she practically threw herself over the table. The rest of us followed suit, pressing our hips against the edge of the table, reaching across and grabbing the opposite edge. The position left me perched on my very tiptoes and all of us with our rear ends presented as if for ass inspection. Brown rapidly went down the line of raised butts, poking each of us with his short stick. It made a popping sound, ending in a sharp hiss each time. When he did me, I felt a quick sting, but it was over so fast that I didn't realise until too late that what he had done was to use a needleless injector to shoot something into us. As soon as I understood, I had to ask. What was that? I said. It was the first time any of us had spoken without being asked a question, and I was immediately afraid that I might be breaking one of those rules we didn't know about yet. Brown hesitated, whether deciding to rebuke me for the question or just whether to answer it. I couldn't tell. He waved the hypo sprayer, with its now empty vial, before putting it away. "Just the usual vaccines against certain tropical diseases," he said persuasively. "Boosters for tetanus, diphtheria, the usual lot. We don't want you coming down with something." I stood there along with the others, rubbing the spot where he had given us the shot. It didn't really hurt, but there was a small knot there under the skin. I was in a quandary. I was sure I could have nullified the effect of whatever he had pumped into me, but if it really was a vaccine against some nasty bug that we were being exposed to on this island, then I might need it. I decided to leave it alone. We hadn't had so much as a harsh word spoken to us. Until there was something I could identify as a threat, I thought my best strategy was to go along and bide my time. It was prudent to be cautious, since it wasn't just my or even my and Nika's tails on the line here. Like it or not, I was responsible for the other 3 girls as well. That feeling of responsibility led me to ask the next question, the one that had been uppermost in our minds for the last several hours. "Mr. Brown?" "Sir?" "What's going to happen to us?" I asked as politely as I could. Nothing arrogant, nothing argumentative, nothing impertinent, nothing he might consider uppity. I even used both forms of address he told us to. He pondered the question for a moment. He leaned over the table, braced his elbows on it, and steepled his hands in front of his face. He rubbed his moustache with the tips of his fingers. He gave every appearance of a teacher to think of a way to explain a difficult concept to his students. "First and foremost," he said emphatically, "I want you to understand that no one here will harm you. I have every reason to be concerned for your physical and mental well-being. You may have already noticed that you have the free run of the camp, and indeed the whole island. I have very little in the way of an agenda, and I will try and make those things that I do require of you as much fun and as pleasurable as I can." He smiled at that, and Becky and Kelly blushed while the rest of us tried not to. "But sir, if we're to have the run of the place, why do you need them?" I pointed over my shoulder at the fat twins. Brown gave a short laugh. "You have it entirely wrong, my dear. They aren't here to control you. These gentlemen are here to watch me. They are part of the terms of the agreement I have with my employer. As well as being servants, their purpose is to see that no one, not even me, harms you." Now we were all even more confused, if that was possible at this point. But I started to ask something else, but I was having trouble thinking of anything to say other than, "Huh." Mr. Brown said something to them in their language, and the big bald guys turned and reached behind them. They turned back holding a large net, some wooden poles and a lot of rope. We all shrank back against the table as they approached, as we were certain that the something bad that we had been watching for was about to happen. Brown laid an object I didn't immediately recognize on the table and rolled it over toward us, making us jump and grab each other. "I'm sorry," he said. "If you don't like volleyball, there are some other activities we can arrange." The Tubby twins went out the door and proceeded to set up the volleyball net in a flat, sandy spot a few yards away toward the beach. I picked up the ball and stared at it as though it might yet sprout teeth and bite me. Nika and I turned out to be unbeatable at volleyball. No surprise there, I suppose. We played like one person, never cutting each other off, always there to put away a setup, and if a ball fell between us, the person with the best angle on it always went for the dig. Pam, Beck, and Kelly had the advantage in numbers, but somehow couldn't match our teamwork. Still, it was tons of fun, and we played until we were ready to drop. "We've been set up," Pam declared while we rested in the shade. "Oh?" I said, thinking she had some new insight into our situation. "Yeah, back home you two must be the local volleyball champs or something. I mean, we didn't suck all that badly." I couldn't tell them that Nika and I had never played volleyball together before that very afternoon. I was trying to think of a credible lie when Nika beat me to it. "It's telepathy," she said, stating the absolute truth in a firm, confident tone that was received in exactly the way I would have reacted to it if someone said that to me. Yeah. Right. Pull the other one. I looked at Nika with both eyebrows raised in admiration. Telling the truth in such a way as to provoke instant disbelief is the best way to lie, because if you are found out, you can always profess that you only told the truth and it wasn't your fault if you weren't believed. The result was that there were no more questions on the subject. Becky, Kelly and Pam thought that if we were going to tell such whoppers, then they weren't likely to get a straight answer out of us, so pursuing the issue was pointless. That was still a lot of fun, Kelly said. What do you want to do next? Go for a swim in the cove? Pam suggested. I need to cool off. Even running around in the nude all the time, it's still hot here. That was a popular suggestion, but we weren't sure how Mr. Brown would take it. He might think it was some kind of escape attempt. I got nominated to go ask, since I had been the one brave enough to mouth off earlier. I stuck my head around the door to his hut and asked, "Excuse me, sir. Would it be a problem if we went for a dip in the ocean?" "Why no, Samantha. You girls have fun, just be careful of the reefs." Then he said something to the big man who had somehow materialised behind me and then went back to his pile of paperwork. Apparently part of his job was to prepare detailed reports on us. I wondered how he planned to deliver them and if I could exploit that to get to whoever was behind this racket. Whatever racket it was. The fat guy. They were so alike we couldn't even call them Fat Guy number 1 and Fat Guy number 2 because we couldn't tell them apart. Followed us to the beach and watched as we ran into the water. We splashed and swam in the sheltered cove behind the series of reefs. While we were treading water, Pam nodded at the man watching from the beach and asked, "If they're here to watch Brown, what's he doing here, making sure we don't swim away?" "It's obvious," Nika said. "He's our lifeguard. Act like you're drowning and see if he doesn't drag you out and give you the breath of life." No one wanted to take her up on that, but as soon as we got out of the water, the man lost interest and went away. Supper was our choice of the MRE packages. They were much better than Becky had led us to believe, but I could see how you might get tired of them after a while. They tasted like some of the flavour had been sucked out somewhere along the manufacturing line. Not exactly gourmet fare, but probably much healthier to eat than burgers and fries. At least, if you believed the nutritional information printed on the package anyway. At sundown, we all retired to our hut and curled up on the inflatable mattresses. I still wondered about why we had been given just one bed for all 5 of us. Did they just assume we would all prefer to curl up together? Or was it because they didn't know how many of us there would be in the group? Or was this some kind of conditioning to get us used to being close to each other? If it was the latter, it was working quite well. The previous night, we had slept huddled together because we were all scared and it was comforting to have someone to hold and to hold you. This time, I think we did it because we had discovered that we all enjoyed just being close like that, and, given the choice, we preferred it to a dormitory arrangement of separate beds. I'm sure a lot of it was the bonding experience too. Whatever the reason, everyone tried to get as close together as possible. Since we were all naked, this meant a lot of skin-to-skin contact. The previous night, we had talked a lot about boys. This time we started off on the same subjects, but the conversation seemed to dry up after just a few minutes. It was like we all had something else on our minds. I knew what was on my mind, and I knew what was on Nika's mind, and vice versa. I had tried to keep my mind off of sex for the duration, but the brief flirtation we had earlier, and especially being brought to orgasm in front of everyone else by Mr. Brown, had me pretty keyed up. I didn't want to project that onto anyone else though. They might not be feeling that same achy need that I did. I was trying to think of a safe topic of conversation when I became aware that Becky, who was cuddled up to my right, had her boob pressed into my side and that her nipple was as hard as a rock. I turned my head to make a joke about that, when I saw that she was looking at me with an expression of such lust that it instantly breached my resolve to keep my own in check. I think we must have looked at each other for only a few seconds before our lips locked, and we fell back on the mattress holding each other in a fierce embrace. A small part of me wondered how the others would react to this, but I needn't have worried. When Becky and I fell over, it started a general avalanche of bodies. It was like someone opened the floodgates on Lake Lust. Everyone just jumped on everyone else, and in no time at all we were a pile of writhing, squirming girls. All desperate to touch, kiss, lick or squeeze someone else and be touched, kissed, licked and squeezed in return. If the fact that there weren't enough of us to pair off had ever been a concern, it was disposed of quickly. The whole thing turned into a group scene that was simply a matter of opportunity. I know I lost track of who was doing what to whom very early on, and the only time I was sure was when Nika and I got together. It wasn't just a matter of mutual attraction. They were all very attractive girls, and I like girls almost as much as I like boys, especially those who seem to exude that special sexual something that makes you want to get as close to them as you can and figure out why later. The sexuality in that hut wasn't exuding, it was freaking flooding. We were all about as turned on as it was possible to be, and even after we had all managed to come once, we still kept at it. I guess the best way to describe it is as a kind of shark-feeding frenzy. The barriers were down, the inhibitions tossed aside, and the pheromones were so thick you could have cut them with a butter knife. After a while, it just turned into a big daisy chain, with everyone in a circle with someone's head between her legs, and everyone trying to give as good as she was getting. It was one great big feedback loop. And the sexual energy that was going around and around eventually drove us all to the point where we were so exhausted that we couldn't come anymore. The relative quiet of our heavy breathing as we slowly recovered was in sharp contrast to the cries and moans that had filled the hut earlier. I wondered briefly if Brown and the twins had heard us. Surely they had. We must have made enough noise to be heard all the way down to the beach, if not all over the island. I wondered if the three men had been affected by our little orgy, and if so, what they were doing about it. Right after that, I wondered how it was that none of them had tried to crash the party. I was sure that we had all been so seriously committed to giving and having as many orgasms as possible that no one would have objected to a hard cock joining in. Even the thick black ones I imagined were at this moment throbbing in the hands of the heavy mob across the way. I thought for a moment about trying to start a discussion about what had just happened, but I was too tired to get into any kind of analysis. I put my head down on Kelly's thigh and fell asleep. When I woke up, it wasn't the daylight or Becky that did it. It was someone who had woken up in the middle of the night and decided to relive the earlier remarkable experience. There was a tongue in my slit, and it was searching for a clit to lick. At first I thought it was cute that someone hadn't had enough of me earlier. Then, as they became more insistent with their probing, I realised that they weren't the only one, that I was quite ready for another party as well. I passed it on to Kelly, and was rewarded with a flood of juice from her. She passed it on to Nika, and in a matter of minutes things were right back to the frenzied state that they had been earlier in the evening. And I suppose we should have been more considerate and tried to keep it down a bit, seeing as how it was the middle of the night and we weren't the only ones in the camp, but somehow consideration for Brown and his two friends wasn't uppermost in our minds. In fact, I don't think anything was really going on in our minds, but how to give and get that next climax. We kept going for a couple of more orgasms each, and then we fell asleep again. This time, we managed to make it to morning, when I woke up to not one, but two mouths working away at my boobs. I pried an eye open and saw both Nika and Becky taking advantage of my weakened condition to satisfy their oral urges. Becky seemed to be fully awake this time, so I assumed that Nika had started it, and that seeing that jolted Becky into remembering what had gone on the day before. Both girls seemed more interested in the result than the process. At least I knew that's what Nika wanted, the greedy red-haired minx. Becky seemed to be a bit on the hungry side as well, so I yielded to the inevitable and let myself be turned into breakfast in bed. And there are certainly worse ways to start the day, let me tell you. I always enjoy nursing, even if sometimes it was just Bambi's mechanical pump, and then only to be making a donation to the milk bank. But having a real warm, wet mouth sucking at my nipple puts me into a mental zone that is, in its way, as fulfilling as sex. I stretched out like a cat and gave it up like a good little cow, if that's not too mixed a metaphor. When Nika stopped suckling to come up and kiss me by way of thanks, another mouth closed on the nipple she had vacated. In this way, I learned that there had been a line at the milk bar and that I had more customers to serve. While Kelly was getting her taste of me, Nika sat up and Pam leaned over, offering me her breast. I assumed that she was just being polite, that since I was putting out for everyone else, I should at least be given a placebo nipple to suck. Pam was perhaps the second best of us in the boob department. She had to have been a DD cup and a very full one. Nothing to match me, but at an HH cup, few do. None of the rest was smaller than a D, except Nika, who I knew was just shy of that size. This morning, however, I could have sworn Pam's boobs were swaying a good bit more than before, and from my horizontal vantage point, looked even larger than a double D. Pam's nipple practically exploded in my mouth. The gush of milk startled me, and I almost choked before I could swallow. A few more smaller squirts, and she switched me to the other nipple, where I got the same treatment. It wasn't a large amount of milk in total, but for a girl who hadn't said a single word to us to indicate that she was lactating, it was something of a surprise. "It's not just her," Nika said. I looked over and saw she was holding her own breast in both hands. She pressed on her nipple and an arc of milk squirted out and landed on Kelly's back. "Oh," I said. "Now we know what was in that shot Mr. Brown gave us. That slimy bastard. There's no telling what else he pumped into us, and we stood right there and let him do it. We all waved our butts in the air and practically begged him to. I'm an idiot. I thought. I guess I didn't think. I'm sorry." "It's not your fault, Sam," Pam said. She was massaging her breasts and staring at her nipples like she had never seen them before. I understood how she felt. The first time I discovered that mine actually worked. I was kind of stunned too. Then I felt like I had when I discovered I had abilities. It was a heady feeling to find that you could do something like that. "I think it's kind of neat," Becky said. "I always wondered what it would be like." "It does feel good," Kelly said. "I never knew it would feel good." "They seem to be taking it pretty well," I said to Nika via our mental link. "You'd think being turned into a cow would be more of a traumatic experience." "I don't know," she replied. "I've envied you, you know. Now I can do it too." I thought Nika, at least, would be pissed at the way we had been tricked into having our bodies messed with. She seemed to be taking it as well as the rest. Come to think of it, I wasn't nearly as mad as I should have been, despite the lip service I had reflexively given the subject. I assumed that I wasn't furious because this was something I was already familiar with. In fact, something similar had been done to me before on a larger scale. If I tried, I could probably even remember the name of the drug, but at the moment, it didn't seem worth the effort. A tiny voice in the back of my head said, "You've been drugged!" But I told it to shut up, that I would get back to it later. Right now, there were more important things to do, and I was in the right place to do them. After everyone had had a chance to sample everyone else's milk, we played the flavour game. Everyone was surprised at the range of flavours in breast milk. I got my usual number of votes for pecanless butter pecan. Pam was vanilla, Nika was more French vanilla, Becky and Kelly were both snow cream. Of course, there was a good bit of sampling and tasting to be done before we reached these conclusions, and that led to another mini orgy that broke up when we all realised that we were more hungry than horny. Breakfast was fruit and some less than convincing reconstituted scrambled eggs from a nasty-looking yellow powder. We also had individually wrapped sweet rolls that left our fingers sticky. After we ate, we sat around licking our fingers and giggling, just because we felt like it. The two fat guys apparently did all the cooking and cleaning, in addition to their lifeguard duties. They still ignored us, except when we held out a plate for more pseudo-eggs. It was mildly annoying to be invisible. I mean, here were 5 beautiful girls who hadn't even seen clothes in days, and they didn't so much as sneak a peek. I even saw Pam winking at one of them and giving her boobs a little shake when he passed, but for all the reaction she got, he may as well have been a eunuch. I guess we were all still a little tired from the continuous partying we had done the night before. We just kind of lazed around after breakfast, not really up for anything but enjoying how good we felt. That scamp Mr. Brown came out of his office sometime before noon and told us to come with him, so we all got up and followed him and Tweedledee and Tweedledum into his examining room. "I see you have all been having fun," he said, once we had lined up like good little campers. "That's good. You go right ahead and have as much fun as you like. Like I told you, no one will hurt you. You are perfectly safe here. You are free to do whatever you like. You are free to enjoy yourselves and each other as much as you want." We all kind of smirked at that. We had been enjoying each other all night, and from the way Kelly and Pam were trying to grab each other's butts, they were looking forward to a bit more enjoyment real soon. I didn't blame them. Our morning party had been interrupted by breakfast, and we all were looking forward to picking up where we left off. "I'll let you go in just a moment," Mr. Brown said, as though he could read our minds. "But first, I need to give you another shot. It's just routine. You will need one every couple of days from now on. You know this won't hurt a bit, so let's have those cute little rears up in the air now." We giggled quite a big at having our butts called cute, and we all assumed the position with them as high in the air as we could get them, so he could give us our shots. Once he had emptied another vial of the pretty green stuff into our cute behinds, he sat back down and smiled at us. "I want you all to know that you are doing marvellously well. You will have noticed that you have begun to lactate, and I want you to know that this is perfectly normal at this stage. It's just the effect of the hormones, you see. Until you get accustomed to them, you will all tend to leak a bit, and you may experience a feeling of fullness and maybe even a slight ache. Nothing to worry about, I assure you. All perfectly normal. After a while, the spontaneous lactation will subside, but don't worry. You will all get to experience that again a bit later on." Yesterday, Samantha asked what was going to happen to you. I remembered asking that. It seemed kind of important at the time, but now I was having a hard time feeling that same degree of concern. Everything seemed fine now. I felt better than I had in a long time, and whatever it was I'd been worried about had drifted away on the tide of happiness that I was enjoying. I suppose it's time you were told. Now that you understand that you will be well treated and cared for, you are very lucky girls. You are all being taken into the family of a very rich and powerful man. You might even say you are being adopted by him. This man is the head of a quite important African tribe that has assumed control of the government of their country after a long series of tribal wars that have decimated the population. I believe his proper title translates as Supreme Ruler for Life and Father of his people. I know he takes his duties very seriously. You see, he hired me to find you and recruit you to join his family, you and all the others. He has a preference for young Caucasian girls like you, and he is very particular about the girls who are selected. In a few days, after we are sure all traces of birth control have been purged from your systems, and that the hormones I gave you have turned your ovaries into little egg factories, your new master will come to visit you. He will personally breed you right there on this table so you can begin to participate in the repopulation of his country. One we are sure you have a court. You will be taken to live with him in his beautiful palace, where you will be treated like royalty and taken care of from then on. I expect you can look forward to being kept continuously pregnant for the rest of your lives, or at least until you are no longer able to bear his children. Then you will be allowed to retire with honour, knowing you have contributed everything you could to ensure his legacy and perpetuate his genes and yours in a new race of people. This news was met with more giggling and silly grins. The idea that we were to become the mothers of a new race was heady stuff. The news that we would soon be made pregnant right here on the table in front of us made all of us immediately hot. Now we understood what the hormones and the lactation were all about. We would need all the milk we could produce to feed a whole country of our children. Becky put a hand on her pussy and began to pry her lips apart, as if checking to see if everything was in working order. She seemed eager to get started. "All right, man. Now I know you will all want to do your best to get pregnant as quickly as possible so you can begin your parts in the great project. Your master isn't as young and spry as you are. In fact, he's getting on in years. He will need you to be as sexy and provocative as you can so that you will be honoured with as much of his seed as possible. I'm sure you all appreciate this." I think we did. I know I did. I remembered that I had always wanted to have babies, but for some stupid reason I'd been taking pills to keep that from happening. Now I had a chance to have what I had always wanted, and as many as I could have. In fact, it seemed my master would insist on it. I put my hand on my tummy and imagined what it would feel like to be pregnant, to to have baby after baby grow inside me until I couldn't have any more. I hoped that day wouldn't be for a long time. Now you know the reason for the perineometer, Mr. Brown told us. Your master needs you to have nice tight pussies so you can use them to coax as much of his seed into your fertile bellies as you can. You may not know this, but when you have an orgasm during sex, you are several times as likely to conceive. So you see that it is very important for you to practice having orgasms as often as possible, so that when the day comes for your breeding, you will be as ready as you can be. We all nodded eagerly. Things finally made sense. All the worrying we had done was for nothing. Everything had been explained, and we were all looking forward to getting started in our new jobs as baby factories. The very idea made me incredibly wet, and I felt my juice start to run down the inside of my leg. I was torn between getting pregnant as soon as possible, and having it take several attempts so I could feel my master come in me more often, but I decided that would be selfish of me. He had the other girls to service after all. Mr. Brown handed each of us a lifelike dildo. Each one was coal black and they seemed unusually large, very thick in the middle but with a narrow head. They were heavy and made of a firm but flexible plastic. These are life-size replicas of your master's organ. I know you will want to practice with them as much as you can, so you will know just what to expect. We barely had them in our hands before there was a rush for the door. Each of us was impatient to feel our new master's cock in our pussies. We all wanted to practice as much as possible before our breeding day came, and we got to feel it for real. Becky and Kelly had some trouble getting their pussies around the large black cocks, but the rest of us helped them relax and stretch out to take the big things, and before long they were firmly in place. Nika and Pam and I had no trouble at all getting our pussies around the cocks. I worried that meant we were too loose to please our master, so we all vowed to exercise as much as possible to make ourselves tighter. We spent many happy hours after that, working our pussies to the point of exhaustion and in the process, making ourselves come over and over and over again until we had to stop and rest before repeating the whole cycle again. All the orgasms made us so giddy and lightheaded that we laughed almost all the time, except when we were in the throes of a particularly strong climax. Mr. Brown continued to assure us that having lots of orgasms would make our wombs more receptive to our master's seed, and that we couldn't have too many, so we always tried to come harder and more often every day. It must have been working because our climaxes seemed to be getting stronger and easier to reach too. I remember watching Nika come for what seemed like a very long time while I was doing the same. She and I seemed to be much better at making ourselves come quicker and more often than the others. The days went by in a blur of sex, sleep, sex, eating, sex, and more sex. After the first couple of days, we all kept the replicas of our master's cock buried inside us, so we could always feel it and practice with it constantly. We must have looked silly walking around with the thick base of the cocks poking out of us, with our hungry pussies pulling and sucking on them as hard as we could, as we worked diligently toward the day when we would be filled with our master's seed. As promised, Mr. Brown administered regular injections to help us to the point of constant ovulation, so our wombs would be receptive when our master arrived to breed us. The secondary effects were a lot of fun too. After each shot, we would always lactate for a few hours, and each time we did, our breasts would get just a bit larger and able to hold just that much more milk. After a week of this, Mr. Brown even had to use a manual pump to help me drain the milk from my breasts, because it was more than the rest of the girls could drink. He said he wished we had some way to save it, but there was no electricity and no way to preserve it, but that I should be proud that I was able to make so much, and he was sure my master would be happy to see what a good mother I would be, and that I would probably be allowed to nurse other girls' babies as well as my own. That thought made me even happier than before. When Mr. Brown told us that our master would be there the next day to see us, and possibly to breed us, we got so excited that we couldn't stop coming. It seemed that as soon as we would manage to get calmed down, one of us would start off again and then all of us would be off again too. I thought it might be better if we held off and saved it for the actual breeding. But we were so highly stimulated, hormonally saturated and chemically conditioned by that time to stay at such a soaring sexual peak that we couldn't have quit if we wanted to. Mr. Brown collected our dildos, since we didn't need them anymore. He said he would give them back after our breeding to help keep our master's cum deep inside us, where it would do us the most good. We all felt terribly deprived and totally empty after that, but we went on practicing squeezing our pussy muscles, even without something to hold on to. I was amazed at how small my hole got when I squeezed without the dildo in me. When I showed it to the others, they all said they could do the same. Apparently, all that exercise had done us a world of good. We were all so tight that we may as well have been virgins. We were very happy about that. We were sure from what Mr. Brown had told us that our master would like it much better if it felt to him like his was the first cock to bury itself in our eager little pussies. The next day we were all so excited we hardly touched our breakfast. It seemed that this was the day that all our dreams might come true, and we were all so keyed up that even though it had been a couple of days since our last injections, we all were leaking drops of milk from our swollen nipples, and we were on such an orgasmic high that we had a hard time concentrating when Mr. Brown told us how to behave. Line up out here the same way you have been doing in the breeding room. Try to look as sexy as you can, and if he touches you, try not to wiggle too much. Keep your eyes down, your shoulders back, and your pretty tits high and proud. When the helicopter landed on the beach, we lined up outside the breeding hut like he said. We all wanted to jump and squeal, but we controlled our excitement and worked at standing patiently as he had told us to. Finally, we saw our master walking up from the beach, with the two fat men on either side of him. They were all dressed in beautiful tribal robes and beaded sandals. Our master was taller than either of the other two, but much more muscular looking and without any fat on his body. Although Mr. Brown had warned us that he would be older, the man who approached us was still in his prime, although his hair was going grey at the temples. That just made him even more impressive to me. We stood as still and obedient as we could under the circumstances, but it was hard to stand there with our heads spinning and our clits throbbing and do nothing about it. He spoke to Mr. Brown briefly in his own language, and Mr. Brown pointed to us and answered him. He went down the line, looking at each of us in turn, deciding which he would choose to breed first. He ran his hands over our bodies, feeling our smooth skin and squeezing our breasts. He ran a hand between Pam's legs and pushed a finger into her pussy, and she shuddered as a climax rushed through her, barely staying on her feet. When he came to me, he stroked my large breasts and I arched my back to present them to him. He seemed to like my nipple rings, because he said something to Mr. Brown and pointed to them. Brown answered him and then said to me, he wanted to know if the rings would be a problem when you nursed. I assured him it wouldn't. To show him that they wouldn't, I reached out and flipped them up, so they lay above my nipples, instead of surrounding them as they usually did. Then I pulled on my nipples to make them stand up even higher and show him how ready I was. That seemed to impress him. He said something and pointed to the hut. I couldn't believe my luck. My master had chosen me to be bred first. Mr. Brown led me into the hut and helped me onto the table. This time there were long leather straps across it and a harness attached to the straps. This is to keep you in the correct breeding position, Brown explained as he helped me into the harness. Many girls find the experience so intense that they lose control and thrash around. We can't have that. I understood. I was already having a hard time keeping still. I was sure it would be better if I were tied down, because then I wouldn't have to worry about losing my self-control. Brown got me ready and cinched everything tight. He strapped me across the table, which he had tilted back slightly to put my pussy at a convenient height and to make sure that my master's cum would stay inside and do its work. My knees were pulled up to my armpits and firmly strapped in place. My arms were strapped alongside my legs, but my head, shoulders and chest were free. My pussy was fully exposed and, with my legs pulled back, it was tilted at the perfect angle to reveal my opening. My juice was flowing freely and my clit was hard and quivering with anticipation. I was ready to be bred. Brown left and my master came in with his two servants. He looked me over to make sure I was in the correct position. Then he spread his arms and the two big men removed his robe. I gasped when I saw his naked body. His torso was thickly muscled and would have been impressive on a man many years younger. His arms were powerful and his thighs were as thick as tree trunks. I could see how he had managed to rise to his position of leadership. His physique was the source of his power. His cock looked even more impressive than the imitations we had been allowed to practice with. It hung heavily from his groin and bounced from his thigh with a meaty slap when he moved toward me. I looked down at the object of my desire and felt a shudder go through me as I realized that the replicas that we had been practicing with had been cast from his cock when it was in a flaccid state. The real thing was going to be much, much bigger when fully erect. My master smiled when he saw in my face that I understood the truth of this. He picked up his cock and held it so I could watch in awe as it began to grow and swell in his hand. He stroked it, pulling the skin tight over the narrow head, which slowly flared out like the neck of a cobra, becoming shiny and hard. He stepped close and let his heavy cock rest on my stomach while he stroked my breasts and pulled my puffy nipples, making drops of milk run down his fingers. He picked up his still growing cock and showed me his balls. They looked to be the size of tennis balls, and had to be easily capable of producing enough sperm to impregnate all of us many times over. The reminder that I was about to be impregnated with that seed set off an orgasm that made me shudder and strain against the leather straps. My eyes rolled as my belly convulsed, and my pussy overflowed with juice that ran down the crack of my butt and renewed the stain on the table. I knew I should try to get hold of myself, but trying to suppress my orgasm would have been like pushing a wave back into the ocean. I could only ride along and wait for it to drain away on its own. My master waited patiently for me to recover so he could show me how big and hard my lustful display had made his cock. From the large size it had been at the start, it had grown to truly monstrous proportions. The head was the size of my fist, wide, purple and shiny. The shaft was as thick around as a baseball bat and looked like polished ebony, with veins running its length like a thick growth of jungle vines around a tree. The base was the entire width of his groin and would have filled the gap between his legs easily if his huge balls hadn't been in the way. From the hole in the cleft of it oozed a whitish liquid, the consistency of syrup that flowed down over the head and the shaft and dripped onto my abdomen. He tilted his hips so I could see and admire his magnificent organ. He smiled and said something I didn't understand. I didn't know what he wanted, but I knew exactly what I wanted, and he gave it to me by putting a hand on the edge of the table and tilting it up so I was leaning forward and hanging against the straps. I lowered my head and put my lips lovingly on his cock, to worship the beast that would shortly inseminate my fertile and willing body. I kissed it tenderly. I mouthed it. I licked it. I sucked it. I praised it in every way I could with my tongue and my lips, covering them with his pungent pre-cum until he pulled his cock away, holding it just out of my reach so he could watch me strain to get one more taste of him. His cock was the most beautiful and the most powerful thing I had ever seen, and I craved it desperately. He tilted the table back until I was again in the breeding position with my pussy just at the level of his balls. He lay his club-like organ against my belly, and I gasped to see that if he put it all the way in, it would reach well past my navel. The possibility flitted through my mind that my pussy might be stretched so much during sexual congress, with such a monster that it would never recover. But the thought vanished almost instantly into the fog of arousal that thickly clouded my brain. When he stepped back to hold the head of that magnificent organ even with my pussy, I strained against the restraints in a futile attempt at enfolding it. My pussy seemed to cry out for it, pleading for it. He watched with a very satisfied smile on his face while my body jerked and twisted against the straps as it begged for consummation. He touched the tip to my pussy, and the harness held me in the perfect position to see the incredibly broad head of his cock spread my labial lips, stretching them thinly around its girth. He wedged the tip firmly into the hole that I had worked so hard to make small for him, and I watched with a bizarre fascination as the mounting pressure spread my formerly tight pussy so incredibly wide that it looked like he must surely rip me apart if he tried to put it all the way in. With my eyes gone wide and my mouth open and panting both in fear and aching anticipation, I took a deep breath and prepared as best I could. But when he suddenly forced his massive cock through my opening, my world dissolved into a blinding flash of heat and pain. I recovered just in time to feel another shove and the awesome sensation of my tight pussy being destroyed by his thick black shaft. Even though I was coming hard like I was supposed to, It still felt like his cock was splitting me open. I tried to scream, but he thrust again and again. I was overwhelmed. Over and over again he jerked his hips, each time sheathing more of his ebony spear in my pale, trembling body. Each new inch of it that he gave me seemed to ignite another powerful climax, so that they cascaded over one another, eventually drowning the pain and leaving me awestruck that it was possible to feel this much pleasure and survive. At last he had forced it all the way to my cervix. He knew because he stopped with the knob just resting on the tip of his organ. He stood there very still, with his cock buried to over half its length in me, looking down into my face with his eyes wide and his nostrils flared. I thought he was waiting for me, and I knew what I must do. I reached past the heat and the pain and the fog, and I touched my cervix with my mind. I told it to open wider than it ever had before to admit the cock of my master. It obeyed. I felt it. He felt it. Slowly it expanded, and gradually it encompassed the monster that in a moment would fill me with seed so potent I would be instantly and possibly multiply pregnant. If the drugs Brown had given us were working, it was probable that several eggs lay in my womb, ready for fertilizing. When I was completely open to him, he pushed forward again and slid his powerful cock completely home, filling me in every dimension with his hard flesh, stretching me further than I had ever been before, and driving me to the brink of madness from the sheer intensity of the continuous waves of ecstasy that seemed to radiate out from his cock into my body. The experience was everything I dreamed it would be. While I was too stretched by the enormity of his organ to be able to use my vaginal muscles, I found it wasn't necessary. The blood pounding through his cock made it throb so hard that I could feel it pulsing inside me. The rapid and insistent throbbing was more powerful than any vibrator I had ever played with, and with each beat of his heart, I felt my climax being driven to such heights that I was sure I would die if it went on much longer. For his own gratification, he took nothing from me. Instead of deigning to achieve climax by pleasuring himself in my subjugated body, he gathered his power about him, tightening his chest and stomach and tensing his legs while he held onto the table. Then, by force of will, he ejaculated his seed into my ready womb, flooding it with his hot cum and shocking my vaginal muscles into a convulsive attempt to draw as much of it into me as possible. This time I did scream. I opened my mouth and I announced to the world at the top of my lungs that I had been bred. It was glorious. My orgasm exploded through my body and my mind like a bolt of lightning, firing every nerve and lighting up all my senses until it burst from my mouth, changing my scream into a song of purest joy. I sang for him. I sang for myself. I sang for the incredible ecstasy of the moment. I wanted to experience this instant as fully and completely as possible. I reached out my mind deep into my body and all the way into my womb, where I expected to see the miracle of life begin. I accelerated my thoughts until time seemed to slow to a crawl. I searched for an egg. I found one. It was surrounded by wriggling sperm, all trying to get in. I watched, fascinated, as one tiny wriggler drove deeper and deeper into its target, until it finally reached its goal and merged with the egg. I was ecstatic. I had been impregnated and I had seen it happen. I had been intimately present at the conception and it was incredibly wonderful. I watched the egg closely as it merged with my master's sperm. A bright, shining point, it began to swirl, to change, to become. Just at the moment when I expected to see it divide, everything went dark. My egg turned a hideous shade of grey-green and took on a scaly appearance. The sperm that had conquered it was expelled and the skin of my egg hardened to admit no others. Desperately, I looked for another egg. I found one, equally shielded by that ugly cloak of scales. I found another, and it was the same. I dragged my mind out of there and back into my head. I was furious. As I watched, my beautiful, naked, willing eggs had changed into something that might have been spawned in the womb of a reptile, a snake, a lizard, or a dragon. The word became thought. The thought became will. The will became action. I became the dragon. The drugs that had so wonderfully clouded my mind for so many days burned away in the hellish fire of my reawakening. My eyes snapped open, no longer hooded and hypnotized, but clear and seeing. My skin practically snapped as I took on my aspect, and the image of the dragon writhed rampant again across my skin. A split second later, with Mr. Supreme Ruler for Life staring at me goggle-eyed, I snapped the straps holding my legs and wrapped them around his thick waist in a lover's embrace. A split second after that, I scissored them together, snapping his spine and crushing his pelvis, nearly splitting him in two. His legs paralyzed, his arms flailing. He slumped forward, even as he tried to recoil in horror at the sight of me. I eased my grip and he slid down, his weight dragging his cock out of my body. Seeing him slump, the two fat guys jumped to help him. One grabbed his boss while the other raised a meaty fist to strike me for my insolence. Releasing my leg lock on him, I kicked the man who wanted to be the literal father of his country into the two eunuchs, knocking them all to the ground. I ripped my arms free of the straps and burst the ones across my body. Then I did something very bad. When my rage was partially satisfied, I squatted and tried to void the slimy mess from my body onto the dirt floor of the hut. I wanted every trace of him gone, leaving not one cell of his spend in my body. It didn't work. My stupid uterus wouldn't cooperate. It hadn't had a taste of cum for weeks, and now that it had a big load of it, it was refusing to let go. I really didn't want him inside me, but it seemed I wasn't going to get a choice. My body wanted a dose of male hormones, no doubt to counteract the female ones that Brown had loosed in me, and it wasn't taking no for an answer. That pissed me off all over again. I stood and kicked the door of the hut outward, shattering it into a matchstick blizzard. I marched outside and seized a petrified Mr. Brown by the balls. You obviously wanted to keep these, rather than let that black rapist take your manhood like he did to those two in there. I'm going to give you a chance to keep them, but I plan to make you suffer a great deal for that consideration. I frog-marched Brown back into the breeding hut and over to his locked chest. One-handed, I crushed the lock and flipped the top open. Lying there on top was a fully charged hypospray with a vial of the nasty green stuff already in place. I spun Brown around, shoved him to his hands and knees, and yanked his shorts down. I jammed the business end of the pneumatic device into his hairy arse and gave him the whole charge in one massive dose. Now let's see what that hormone crap does to a male, I said in a snarl, refusing to use the word man to describe Mr. Brown. Brown stared at the mess I had made for several seconds before it registered with him what he was seeing. Then he lurched forward and puked all over the floor. I don't suppose you have an antidote for that crap, I asked, while I had his attention and before the chemical hypnotics kicked in. No, he whined, probably because he hadn't thought he would need one. Something he regretted. He tore his eyes from the grisly sight in front of him and looked back at me pleadingly. He didn't like that view much better, so he hung his head with his eyes shut. The hypnotics wear off in a couple of days, he said, obviously trying to reassure himself. The hormones and fertility drugs will last for weeks. We needed a very high dose to force ovulation so quickly. So I'd given Brown a very high dose of an already very high dose of female hormones, and God knew what else. I wasn't sure what that might do to him, but it sounded like letting Mr. Supreme castrate him might have been his wiser choice. Where are the other girls? I asked, snarling in his ear. The 8 others you did this to? Africa? No, he admitted. His family back home would see the girls and their children as a threat to their own power. After going to all this trouble, he didn't want to put them at risk. He planned to wait until he could placate his heir apparent before taking any of them home. So where are they? On the mainland, he said, becoming talkative as the drugs took effect. We're on an island off the coast of Venezuela. I hired a Brazilian smuggling gang to bring the girls here to be drugged and impregnated before being taken to an estate on the tip of the Paria Peninsula. He made a deal with the government to let him hide them there, and for private use of the island. He planned to abduct 10 girls a year for several years, until he had sired at least 200 children. He thought that would be enough to ensure the success of his plan. Later on, he planned to do the same thing to the female children of the original girls when they reached puberty, reinforcing his own genes by inbreeding and siring a new generation that would have even fewer Caucasian genes. He planned to turn the male children into eunuchs. "Doesn't all this sound just a bit megalomaniacal?" I asked. The question wasn't really directed at Brown, but he happily answered nonetheless. He told me it was partly revenge against the whites whom he thought had exploited his people and his country. I think he just liked raping white girls. It would have been simpler to just drug them into unconsciousness and then use artificial insemination, but he always insisted on doing things the old way. He always wanted to make a big production out of it. The hypnotics, the conditioning to keep you constantly sexually aroused, the table, the harness. He just wanted you to willingly surrender your beautiful young white bodies to him. He loved to see you driven insane with lust, just as he knocked you up, he said, the last words becoming slurred. So he wasn't just a power-mad nut who liked the idea of having a harem. He was a psychological sadist too. That question was also rhetorical. But this time there was no answer. Brown's eyes had gone glassy, and he fell onto his face, drooling into the dirt as the drug swamped his consciousness. I wanted to tell him a story, to plant a suggestion that would give him nightmares for the rest of his life, but I couldn't think of anything vile enough, so I didn't bother. "Sex slaves," I said, now just to myself. I started to say something about it being disgusting, but a twinge between my legs said maybe it wasn't all that terribly disgusting. I hadn't thought it was disgusting while the bastard was hammering that big cock into me. I remembered vividly how desperately I had wanted him to make me pregnant, and I wondered how much of that had been the drugs and how much was my own suppressed desire. It would have worked too. I should have been happily pregnant with triplets. But my body had rejected his sperm at the cellular level. I had become somewhat used to wearing the dragon on my skin. Now I had conclusive proof that it went much deeper than I ever suspected, probably all the way to my DNA. I had become my own creation. I held up my hand in the dim light of the hut. The image of the yellow claws running with blood seemed vividly real. I tried not to wonder if the breeding had failed, not because we were of different races, but because we were of different species. As I suspected, Brown's lockbox contained a way for him to report to his boss. Down in the bottom, among the other equipment, was a satellite phone. I picked it up and started outside. As I turned, I saw 4 heads jerk back around the edge of the door. When I stepped outside, 3 girls ran screaming into our hut. The 4th knelt on the sand, startled, but not a bit afraid. I went over to Nika and looked into her widely dilated eyes. She was obviously stoned out of her mind from the drugs and could barely focus. Her carnelian nipples were so swollen, they looking like they might burst. Her belly rolled as her vagina spasmed, gushing pussy juice into the sand. She looked so pitiful that I reached out to her, mind to mind, to try to lead her to sobriety. What I felt was a hurricane-force surge of scorching sexual heat and torrid desire that almost brought me to my knees. "Sorry, love, that's going to have to wear off by itself," I told her, with my hand on her cheek. Then I kissed her. She laughed happily and buried her face between my boobs, hugging me fiercely. And then I turned on the sat phone and scrolled back through my memory for the image of a business card. As I punched the number, I wondered who would be paying the bill for this call. "Department of Homeland Security," a cheerful, businesslike female voice said. "How may I direct your call?" "David Solomon, please." "May I say who's calling?" I smiled and considered not saying something glib for a change, but the impulse got the better of me. "Tell him it's his favourite reptile." "I beg your pardon." "Dragon," I said, and I swear the connection was switched before the word was fully out of my mouth. "Sam, good to hear from you. How is the vacation going?" I almost laughed. Then I remembered who I was talking to. The phone wasn't secure, so the conversation would be obtuse. "I'm standing on a beach on the north shore of an island off the Venezuelan coast. I'm not sure exactly where. The 5 of us have had a lot of fun, but we're ready to be picked up now." As soon as I said fun, Nika slid down to sit on her heels, stuck her hot tongue into my equally hot and slick pussy and started to lick. I tried to push her away, but she wouldn't quit. "Just a second," Solomon said. I heard him talking to someone on another line. The words keyhole, retask, and immediate priority came through audibly but incomprehensibly. "What's the weather like there?" he asked after a couple of minutes. "Clear. I see some dark clouds to the north, though." "What time is it where you are?" I caught on. The clock in the phone was irrelevant. It might not even be on local time anyway. Solomon was having a spy satellite pointed in my direction, and he wanted to narrow the search area as much as possible. The angle of the sun from my point of view would be an excellent guide. "It's just a few minutes past high noon," I said, squinting up at the sky. There was a pause. Nika became more enthusiastic and I tried to wriggle away, but my heart wasn't in it. "Got you. Whose helicopter is that?" "No one, now that the primary problem has been solved. The pilot might not be friendly, so I'd rather not ask him for a ride." "I understand. I'll have some friends drop by in a couple of hours to give you a lift. Make sure they come ready to party. I wish I had my new party dress. Maybe you could have someone pick it up from my dressmakers." "I can do that." I was sure he could. When I learned that Solomon knew my full name, I knew he would hardly have stopped there. He probably knew more about me than I knew about myself. I wondered what dear Mr. Morton would think when the federal people came to pick up the Mark II suit he'd been finishing up for me. He'd probably get a kick out of it. 2 hours, I said. Don't be late. We have some more friends to pick up on the mainland, ones we haven't seen for some time. So that's good news. I'm sure they will be glad to see you. I want it to be a big surprise. Their hosts don't know we're coming. Leave it to me. Great. Bye for now. I hung up. Solomon had relied on me. Now I was sure I could rely on him. I just needed to be patient for a couple of hours. Nika grinned up at me from between my legs and flicked her tongue across my clit, making my eyes cross. Pam, Becky, and Kelly emerged from their hiding place and came cautiously over to us. I suppose it's hard to stay afraid of a dragon who is having her pussy eaten. I dragged them all back into our hut, and I spent the next couple of hours letting them remind me how nice it felt to be drugged into a sexual stupor with hormones leaking out of your ears. It was very tempting to make some suggestions to them about how cuddly and sexy dragons were, and how when they got out of here, any time they saw one, they would just come really, really hard. I resisted though. Sure I did. 2 hours later, I was waiting behind a tree when the helicopter I had been hearing for the last few minutes came roaring in, low over the beach. Mr. Supreme's pilot saw the big black bird swoop down and he jumped out of his copter, pointing a pistol at it. A rapid burst of gunfire from side door of the incoming aircraft cut him down before he could get a shot off. I stepped into sight when the helicopter landed, and several men in the usual black nylon and Kevlar jumped out. 4 of them set up a perimeter around the helicopter, and 2 others jogged up toward me. One of them was familiar. "Hello, Colonel," I said. Brock jolted to a stop and gaped. He had only seen me wearing my colourless catsuit before, and only my face showed in that. Considerably more of me was on display now, all of it scaly and moving realistically. "Flies will get in," I said, smiling. This was way more reaction than I had ever managed to provoke from Brock, and I felt extremely smug about it. I decided not to ask for my clothes right away, but to stay naked for as long as possible, just so I could continue to tease him. Brock's jaw clapped shut and he turned to the man next to him. I think I saw a quick smirk fly across his face before he spoke. "Major Eastman, meet the dragon." From his reaction, it was obvious that Eastman hadn't been completely briefed about who they were going to pick up. I probably wouldn't have either, but I have a mean streak. I love freaking people out. It's cheap entertainment for us scaly superheroines. "Hello, Major," I said, holding out a hand. Eastman stared at the claws and the blood and the scales and took a tighter grip on his weapon. "Be polite, Major," Brock said, "and she won't hurt you." Eastman dutifully thrust out a hand and shook mine firmly like the Marine he surely was. I couldn't make Brock a liar, so I went easy on Eastman. Then I wondered if I had just been manipulated. "Pleased to meet you, sir, ma'am," Eastman said politely in a familiar drawl. "Call me Sam."
"Yep."
"I didn't have time to call up anyone you've worked with before," Brock said. "I grabbed Bill and his men right off of a field exercise at Homestead. I've seen him in combat. I can vouch for him." "If Colonel Brock vouches for you, Major, you must be damn good." "Yes, ma'am, I know that." "What have we got here, Sam?" Brock asked, getting back to business. "You aren't going to believe it. I had a hard time believing it myself." I led them up to the rough circle of huts and dragged Brown out into the sunlight. He wasn't looking too good. I thought I should feel bad about that, but I didn't. Must have been all those drugs he shot into my cute little ass. This is the one who arranged the kidnappings through his local island contacts. He also hired a gang of Brazilian smugglers who've been handling the logistics and transportation. I shot him full of the same hypnotic drugs and female hormones he'd been using on the girls to keep them in line. If you can get his attention, he can tell you exactly where they are. The man responsible for all this is in the hut there with his 2 bodyguards. Eastman went into the hut to check it out, muzzle first. A few seconds later, there was a retching sound, and he came back out wiping his mouth with an expression of revulsion and fear. "What the hell happened to them?" Eastman asked. They're... "I happened to them, Major." Eastman looked like he was suddenly very glad he'd taken Brock's advice about being polite to me. I looked at Brock, expecting that he would want to have a look at my handiwork as well, but the Colonel had apparently seen enough carnage in his career for it to hold no casual interest for him. If I had dealt with the problem in such a way as to make a Marine bath, then that was good enough for him. I filled Brock and Eastman in on what kind of weird scheme the no longer Supreme Ruler had hatched. I left out a lot of the personally embarrassing details, but the plain facts were bad enough. When I finished, Eastman looked like he wanted to puke again and Brock looked like he had turned to stone. "We have to go in and get those poor girls," Eastman said. "No shit," I said, "and right now. They aren't getting any less pregnant, and some of them are probably into their 2nd trimester. I got blank looks. Apparently this wasn't covered in FM 225D or any other manual they'd been issued. After the first 3 months, the risks of having an abortion go up substantially. If we can get to them in time, their families can be spared knowing what happened to them." "Abortion?" Eastman said. "What if one of them was your daughter? Knowing she'd been kidnapped, drugged, sexually enslaved and used as breeding stock in some lunatic's sick scheme. Would you insist she go through with the pregnancy, or would you want to have every trace of the event erased so she could have her life back again?" Eastman didn't look mature enough to have a child older than 10, but he had a good imagination. He turned toward the hut behind him and spat. When he turned back, he looked just like Brock, solid granite. After Brock phoned home on a secure link, I led Pam, Becky, Kelly and Nika out of the hut where they had been playing. I coaxed them down to the beach and we loaded them onto the helicopter. The plan was to fly them to a Navy frigate currently heading in our direction so they would be safe while the rest of us planned our assault on father of his country's baby factory. The sight of 4 naked girls in a drug-induced fog who kept coming and smiling and coming again didn't faze Eastman and Brock, who now knew more than they wanted to about what had been happening on the island, but the 4 grunts with them had a hard time helping them into the helicopter and getting them strapped in. The girls had been really looking forward to being inseminated, and they were having a tough time dealing with the fact that these 4 nice men wouldn't help them out with that. They kept trying to undo flies and get their hands and mouths on cocks, and they were very persistent about it. We finally had to put them in restraints to get them to keep their hands to themselves, and even then they continued to use their bodies to try and seduce anyone they could get to look in their direction. It was hard to watch. Hard for the Marines who stoically resisted temptation, and hard for me, who couldn't keep my mind off how much I wanted to do the same thing to my favourite Medal of Honor winner who was sitting squashed up next to me. Watching them flaunt themselves like that made me feel guilty that the only clothes I thought to ask the rescue team to bring were mine. When the helicopter was off the ground and settled on a heading, I asked Brock for my suit and he produced it, my shoes, and my fanny pack in a sealed black bag that probably would have kept it all dry and fresh on the bottom of the ocean. Since the inside of the helicopter was a very cramped space, I made Brock hold me in his lap while I squirmed into the suit. Of course, I took a long time doing it, and I even managed to get it on wrong twice in a row. Brock's total self-control wasn't quite as total as he wanted everyone to think. By the time I got strapped back into my seat again, I had memorized the exact size and layout of the Colonel's family jewels. As I suspected, it was an impressive set. He had a chance to cool off by the time we rendezvoused with the frigate. When we landed heavily on the rolling deck, crewmen with blankets rushed out to collect our nude and still very horny passengers. The blankets were a good idea, but the sailors had a hard time making them stay on girls who kept struggling all the way to sickbay. Instead of sickbay, Mr. Brown was dragged to an interrogation room next to the brig, where Colonel Brock intended to ask him some important questions in a manner not consistent with tact or diplomacy, or concern for any long-term damage that might result. There was a time when I would have been squeamish about that, but it seemed a long time ago. Eastman and I waited down the passageway in the wardroom and sipped the strongest coffee I had ever tasted. The grunts under Eastman's command had been shown to the crew's mess, where I assumed they were being treated to the same potent brew. The officers' wardroom had apparently been designated for our use. Even the steward, who very shakily poured my mug of coffee, cleared out immediately after doing so. "Where are you from, Major?" I asked, just to make polite conversation. I had a good idea already from the extra vowels in his words and the way he kept calling me ma'am. "Alabama, ma'am," he said, flicking his eyes up from his mug and then dropping them again to stare into the steaming black liquid. Of course I knew what his problem was. Seeing me in wideskin Technicolor was hard enough when we were outdoors, and he could keep some mental distance. In the cramped wardroom, and even though only my face showed, he was having trouble dealing with my makeup. It's a common problem. I worked very hard to make the image in my skin look as real and as terrifying as possible, and I succeeded. Even Nika says it bothers her to look at it, and she's seen it a lot. I pulled off a glove and laid my hand on the top of the table where it would be in his field of view before shutting down my makeup. Eastman noticed the change and he looked up at me. "Whoa," he said. "Better?" "Much," he said, visibly relaxing. "Thanks. You know, that's the creepiest thing I've ever seen. That's the general idea. Mom, can I ask you a question?" I thought about that. I wanted to say, "You just did," which was my usual smart-ass response, but I thought better of it. "Shoot," I said instead. "Well, you said earlier to think what if one of those girls was my daughter. My daughter is 6 years old. And well, she watches a lot of TV. She saw the pictures of you on the news, and she thinks you're the greatest thing since Princess Barbie." I guess I was kind of stunned. I should have known right off where this was going, but it was just so big a leap from where my head had been at for the last couple of weeks, and especially the past few hours, that it took me a while to get it. "Well, would you mind very much giving me an autograph for her? If it's not too much trouble, that is." "No, Major," I said after getting my brain back into gear. "It's no trouble at all." We scrounged a notepad and pen from a drawer, and I very carefully tried to forge Nika's elegant handwriting as I wrote "Hi Kara the Dragon," because I couldn't think of anything else to say. I mean, I wanted to write something inspirational. I wanted to say something to Major Eastman's little girl that would be motivating, encouraging, uplifting, or just plain not sucky, but nothing came to me. Eastman seemed thrilled with it anyway. The world is a damn strange place at times. Here we were, a Black Ops specialist, a Marine major, and me, on a warship, about to plan an incursion into a foreign country. And I was scribbling an autograph for a girl who had seen a small female figure in a costume doing improbable things on the TV news and put down her doll to point me out to her daddy as her new role model. The next time Nika and I went through the "why do you do this" routine, I planned to add this to the list to remind myself that it's not always about me. "I'm sorry," I said, as Eastman secured the scrap of paper so it would get through the upcoming events. "For what?" "For trying to jerk your strings earlier. I didn't know you had a daughter. It's okay, I hadn't thought of it like that. When you said, well, I was brought up to believe you shouldn't do things like that it was a kind of killing and killing was wrong. Strange thing to hear from a soldier, I observed. Yes, ma'am, but a soldier kills in the line of duty, and when he's not out there in the shit, when he gets back home again, he needs to think that he's still the same guy he was before. He needs to believe he can hang up the things he's had to do when he hangs up the uniform at the end of the day. I held up my bare hand and looked at it. It was just a hand. But I knew that with a thought, it would again become a claw, attached to someone who had also killed in the line of duty, but whose uniform couldn't be conveniently draped on a hanger and put away. My uniform was a part of me. No, my uniform was me. The dragon and I were not two sides of a coin or even ego and alter ego. We were one. I was one. I put my glove back on and took another sip of the bitter coffee. The flavour didn't seem as bad as it had at first. I suppose you can get used to anything. Eastman and I were still sitting there in our reflective funk when the door swung open and Brock came in, followed by a man wearing gold braid on his epaulets. The man was telling Brock how unhappy he was about something. I don't know how you got the CNO to hand over my ship to you like some kind of damn party favour, and I can only imagine what you were doing out there with those 4 sluts you've stuck in my sickbay. But I am the captain of this damn vessel, and you will not cut me out of the loop if you plan to put this ship in harm's way. My face flushed hot at the reference to Nika and the girls we had rescued as sluts. I may have let something of what I felt about that show. Brock noticed it first and swallowed whatever reply he was about to make to the captain. Eastman set down his coffee and eased out of his seat. "And just who the fuck is this?" he said, waving a hand in my direction. "Another goddamn whore you are hauling around?" Brock put out an unnecessary hand and pushed Eastman against the bulkhead. Unnecessary, because the Major looked like he was flashing back on Brock's warning and the mess in the hut. And if there had been a porthole next to him, he might have tried squeezing through it. Brock looked like Brock, but there was a tiny furrow in his brow that meant he was concerned that he might have to explain to someone how the captain of an Independence-class frigate came to be smeared all over his own wardroom. "The girls in your sickbay are victims, not sluts," I said, as evenly as I could. But I'm afraid my tone still wavered all over the place. I stood up and instead of grabbing the captain by his stiff neck as I really wanted to do, I reached out for the round support column rising from the deck through a hole in the table to a cross-brace in the overhead. I gripped as much of the column as I could and I squeezed it slowly. My fingers made deep impressions in the hollow metal, accompanied by a squealing groan as it contorted in my grasp. The groan became a shriek as it slowly bent. The shriek gave way to pops and bangs as the bolt head sheared and bounced against the wardroom table. I stood there holding the twisted steel shaft, by now dangling from a single skewed bolt, and I said, "And I am not a whore." I let go of the column and balled my hands into fists. I flipped on my makeup and I shouted as loudly as I could, "I'm the goddamn dragon, and you are seriously pissing me off." Taking quick advantage of the ensuing pause, Brock threw a shoulder into the captain and half-knocked, half-shoved him back through the door into the passageway before dragging him bodily out of my sight. To his credit, when Eastman jumped to shut the door behind them, he stayed on the inside of it, with me. Brock was right to vouch for him. The man had courage. I dropped back onto the bench and let the image drop from my face as well. "Sorry," I said, rubbing my face with my palms and grinding the heels of my hands into my eyes. "I'm not used to that much caffeine in my coffee." Brock came back a few minutes later carrying a sheaf of papers, charts and maps. He spread them out on the table, and I saw that some of them were satellite photographs of a square building with a tile roof and the grounds around it. Even to my inexperienced eye, the amount of detail visible was impressive. I could easily make out the berets on the heads of the men guarding the main gate. There was too much reflected heat to get a thermal image of the interior, he said, telling me more in one statement about the capabilities of spy satellites than I had ever suspected I would need to know. "Wasn't Brown able to tell you where the girls are?" I asked. "Upstairs" was all he could say. Did he always talk like Michael Jackson on helium? I had never heard Brock make a joke before, and I wasn't real sure that he meant that as one now. Eastman didn't dare laugh either, so I swallowed my giggle and pressed on. No, it must be the hormones getting to his vocal cords, so we're going to have to search once we're inside. Looks that way. Brown told me they are held together in one upstairs room and guarded by eunuchs. A harem. Just like the good old days of the Ottoman Empire, I said. The only person with working testicles allowed in would be His Royal Assholiness. Otherwise, it's only breeders, female slaves, and eunuchs. Certainly an armed guard on the door. Probably more than one so they could watch each other. Brown was never allowed inside, so he wouldn't know the layout, but it's probably one big open room so no one would have any privacy or any way to hide. The girls still wouldn't be allowed to wear clothes or cover themselves in any way, so he could see at a glance how their pregnancies were coming along. "Looks like I interviewed the wrong person," Brock said. "I was an odalisque in an earlier life. How do we get in?" This was Brock's element and he was brilliant at it. He laid out a complete operational plan off the top of his head that would have been worthy of Belisarius. I expected we would swim up to the beach as close to the villa as possible, but Brock had the helicopter set us down a half-mile away, so we could have the pleasure of sneaking through the jungle in the middle of the night. At least I didn't have to wear a helmet with those funny-looking night vision goggle thingies on my head. Eastman tried to give me one, and I don't think he really believed me when I told him I'd be fine without it. Brock moved nearly without making a sound, but Eastman and his squad of Marines moved like, well, a squad of Marines. I winced every time one of them stepped on a stick or bumped into a tree. Since they were hauling a ton of gear and I only had my fanny pack, I couldn't very well say anything. The trees came up very close to the wall around the estate and we were able to sneak to within a few feet of it without any trouble. I think I expected guard towers and spotlights and stuff, even though nothing like that had appeared on the photographs. And I was a little disappointed to see just a big house, with a circular drive, a big yard you could land a helicopter in, and very little in the way of lights showing. When Brock boosted me up so I could peek over the wall, it was so dark that I located a couple of guards by the glow of their cigarettes. "Don't they know smoking is dangerous to your health?" I added in a whisper when I reported the locations of the guards. Eastman grinned, but that was the only reaction I got. Brock and humour had never been introduced, but that didn't stop me from trying. Since the plan was to go in and bring the girls out just as our helicopter and the one from the ship landed in the courtyard, we didn't need to break in the gate. That meant we could hold off dealing with most of the guards until we were ready to leave. Eastman sent 2 men to covering positions behind some bushes inside the wall, and the rest of us went over at a spot farther along. I wasn't too sure about the wisdom of bypassing the outside guards, but Brock had explained that we would have a better chance of getting to the girls if we stayed undetected for as long as possible. Since, contrary to rumour, I'm not a blithering idiot, I went with Brock on anything to do with combat tactics. The front door was in a pool of yellow light, so we eased around in the shadows and avoided the perimeter guards until we came to the kitchen door on the side of the house. Brock jimmied it faster than I could have opened it with a key and the 5 of us slipped through. Although there were no lights on, the house seemed brightly lit in comparison with the jungle, and we eased silently past the kitchen counters, the appliances, and the hanging copper pots. We managed not to bump into anything on our way through the kitchen, and even opened the swinging door to the service hallway without making it squeak. That passageway came out in the side of the front foyer next to the dining room, which was perfect for us. I thought we were going to get through this without a single problem until we came to the main staircase. In keeping with Mr. Supreme's penchant for the dramatic, the staircase was one of those wide things you see in houses that are always described in the magazines as palatial. It went up to the 2nd floor in a great broad sweep. Past the landing at the very top were tall double doors with gold leaf-covered panels and African shields mounted beside them. There were 2 heavily armed guards in front of the doors, both of them awake and alert. At least I assumed the huge, ugly assault rifles each of them had qualified as heavy. We slunk back into the hallway to the kitchen to talk it over. "We're fucked," Eastman said succinctly. "There's no cover. If we try to fight our way up there, the noise will bring the guards on the front door and we'll be caught between them. Brock held up his MP5 with its fat suppressor and said, "I can do them before they raise the alarm." I was sure he could, but I had already heard for myself that those suppressors were still a long way from the silencers I saw in the movies. They just changed the normal bang into a very loud thwot, with a clack at the end of it as the bolt slammed shut on the next round. Hardly silent. "I have a better idea," I whispered. Without explaining, I unhooked my fanny pack and unzipped the front of my suit. Eastman looked at me like he thought I had lost my mind, but Brock helped peel it off. As I trusted his judgment on tactics, he trusted me on hand-to-hand fighting. He should. He'd seen me go through a terrorist cell like a scythe in the hands of the Grim Reaper. When I was once again bare-assed, I shut off the makeup, walked boldly out into the foyer, and started up the stairs at a leisurely stroll. When the guards spotted me, their eyes bugged, but neither of them thought there was any reason to call for help. To reinforce that idea, I smiled and put a finger to my lips as I climbed up to their level. Both guards had this, "I can't believe I got this lucky" look on their faces. I imagine guarding the door to a harem must be fairly boring duty with little to do to amuse yourself, but try to visualize what's on the other side of the door. Neither of them minded me sneaking up to visit, and I didn't need my high school Spanish to understand that their whispered conversation was all about, "I'll go first, you keep watch. No, you stay here and I'll go first." I backed into one and leaned back against him. The choice between holding me and holding his rifle was an easy one, and he leaned it against the door jamb so he could use both hands. The second guy followed suit immediately, and they both discovered quickly that they were both breast men, but that there was plenty to go around. I let them fondle me for just a little bit before I kneed the one of me in front in the balls and elbowed the other in the solar plexus. Both folded like cheap accordions, and before they could get back enough breath to moan, I slammed their heads together and they collapsed silently to the thick carpet. Having nothing better to do while the rest of the team climbed the long flight of stairs, I held my arms out to the side and took a grand bow. Brock stayed with me while Eastman and one of the others checked the side hallways. The fifth guy was down at the front door attaching an explosive charge, like he had been doing all the way through the house. When we were good to go again, Brock attacked the lock on the golden doors to paradise. He'd just gone down on one knee when he leaned forward, put a hand on the handle, eased it down, and opened the door a crack. Darn thing wasn't even locked. I guess with guards inside and out, nobody thought it was necessary. I stuck my head in the door. Standing to either side was another pair of fat guys, identical in every way to the others. I wondered briefly if father of his country hadn't dabbled in unit cloning before he got into his sex slave hobby. Since girls were certainly on the allowed list, neither of this tubby twosome did anything but look at me. When I slipped through wearing just skin, they relaxed even more. I obviously belonged to the club, and even though they were supposed to prevent people who looked like me from sneaking out, there was certainly no rule against me sneaking in. If they thought anything about it, they probably breathed a big sigh of relief that I was back where I was supposed to be. The room wasn't quite the opulent harem I imagined. No pool, no fountains, no musicians, no mountains of brocade pillows or trays overflowing with spiced figs or other sweetmeats. Just a few mattresses on the floor and a bathroom in the corner with no provision for privacy. I could see all of the room from where I was standing, so I'd been right about that part at least. There were 8 naked girls lying on 3 mattresses in the middle of the floor. I walked over to check them out. They were all up to the same standard of youth and beauty as the others I'd met on the island. 2 of them had slightly distended bellies. 4 weren't showing yet, and 2 were somewhere between seriously and extremely pregnant. I had no idea if they were so much further along, or if they were just lucky enough to be carrying the triplets. I had nearly been awarded for playing the "Please Make Me Pregnant" game with a man so virile he could knock you up by just showing it to you. Most of them were cuddled up together, but the 2 very pregnant ones were lying on their backs with their bellies up and their legs open as if they'd been just lying there like that, and someone had come along and shoved babies into them. One was snoring. They all looked so cute that I hated to wake them up. I eased into the middle of the bunch, being careful not to elbow anyone in a tender spot. When I lay down and snuggled in, one of them said sleepily, "You didn't flush again, Diane." When I didn't answer, she opened one eye. "You're not Diane. Who are you?" "I'm here to take you away from all this palatial splendor," I said, deliberately not answering her question. "What?" another said. "Keep it down. Some of us are trying to sleep." Someone else hissed. "It's time to leave, girls. You do want to get out of here. Mind you, anyone who really wants to stay is welcome to do so. I know it's a lot of fun, lying around in the buff, watching your belly swell up and all." By this time they were pretty much awake and the questions became more coherent. "Where did you come from? Who are you? How are you going to get us out of here?" The right question at last. "There is a squad of Marines on the other side of that door. In a few minutes there will be a lot of shooting and some big explosions, and we are all going to run as fast as we can down the stairs, out the front door, and jump into a couple of helicopters that will take us all to a US Navy ship and then home." "You're nuts. Frick and Frack over there aren't going to let any of us out of here." "Trust me. Now I want the 4 of you who have been here the longest to run to the big black helicopter with the men outside, and the rest to follow me to the smaller one. Everybody got that? Anybody who can't run that far?" "You get me out of here, sister," said the most pregnant of the bunch. "I'll run all the way home." They were awake and on their knees, looking at the men in front of the door. It was time for me to do my thing. I walked back to the door and looked up at the 2 eunuchs. These girls had been through quite enough brutality. I didn't want to expose them to any more than necessary. To that end, I was willing to negotiate. "Either of you speak English? Speak up, I haven't got all night." That startled them. They looked at each other before the one on the right answered in halting but understandable English. "I speak English, a little. A teacher taught me before he was killed." "Good. Your boss is dead. We're leaving. Get out of the way." "No, you go sleep." "Seriously, we're leaving. If you try to stop us, the soldiers on the other side of the door will kill you." "Ha, ha, go sleep. If you don't believe me, look out the door." They thought it might be worth a laugh. The night shift must have been a really boring job. The one who spoke pulled the door open about 2 inches and put his head to the crack, while the other one continued to watch me. "What do you see?" I asked. No answer. Instead, the peeker backed away from the door. When he moved aside, I could see that the muzzle of an M16 was stuck up his nose and he was going cross-eyed trying to look at it. "Don't shoot them," I told Eastman. "They aren't responsible for this and they're out of a job. Besides, someone is going to have to explain to the folks back home what their leader has been up to over here. We know he thought it wouldn't be popular with his kin. I'm betting he was right." The big boys backed away from the door and let themselves be herded into a corner by Eastman's men. Brock handed me my clothes and I climbed back into them. I tightened the straps on my sneakers and checked my fanny pack. Whoever brought it hadn't forgotten the throwing stars I had been working so hard to learn to toss accurately. I clipped their holder to the belt. "Ready?" I said. Brock and the Marines did a final weapons check and Brock pulled a small radio out of his vest. "Blue 6 to Bluebirds. Execute, execute, execute." God, I love military jargon, I thought to myself sarcastically. Like he couldn't just say, "Come on and land" or something. I turned to the group of girls who were looking scared and thrilled all at the same time. "Line up in teams like told you. Stay together. If one of you stumbles, the rest of you keep going. We'll be there to help the stragglers." They'd seen soldiers before. Some may have seen SWAT teams. The men were nothing new. They all stared at me. "Who are you?" one of them asked. I wanted to. I really, really wanted to. But these girls had been through an awful lot, and the last thing they needed was another gratuitous shock on top of everything else. I ignored the question. When we heard the sound of the helicopters and the rattle of gunfire out front, Eastman thumbed a switch and all hell broke loose. The explosives we'd planted shook the house, blowing the front door off its hinges and throwing it into the yard. Others, scattered around for the general effect, went off in sequence, not doing much damage, but adding greatly to the level of chaos. The ripping sound of gunfire from the black helicopter tore through the night, and we all ran out of the upstairs room and down the stairs. Brock and I each led a column of girls, while Eastman and his men provided cover from the top of the stairs. There was a close burst of gunfire, and I looked back to see the Marines cut down a couple of off-duty guards who had stumbled out of bed to see what the noise was about. We got to the big hole where the doors had been and each jumped to one side, waving the girls through, pointing then at their assigned rides and encouraging them to move as fast as they could. Except for the noise of the helicopters, everything outside seemed calm. We hadn't heard any more gunfire out here since the explosives went off. Still, there was every reason to hustle onto our transport, and none at all to hang around. The girls did good. They moved out smartly and they went right where they were supposed to. As soon as the last one in each group ran past us, Brock and I took off with them, while Eastman's men brought up the rear. I was just a few yards from the ship's helicopter when one of my girls stumbled and went down to her knees on the gravel drive. I was there in an instant to pick her up, and I carried her as gingerly as I could to the door of the aircraft and pitched her inside. It was then that I heard Brock shout. I turned to see what had happened, and one of the outside guards I thought had been taken care of sat up and pointed his submachine gun right at me. I yanked a throwing star from my hip and swung it forward in the same smooth, practiced motion that had sent a flying disc on an inter-island trip. Brrrrap! He pulled the trigger and put a burst right across my boobs. At virtually the same instant, Brock fired his weapon. My star vanished into the right eye of the guard and Brock's bullets punched through his heart. I looked down at my chest. The flattened bullets fell away one by one from the fabric of my Mark II suit. I turned stiffly and grabbed the open door of the helicopter with my arms wide, shielding it with my body against additional gunfire as Eastman's men climbed in the other side. All 4 girls had made it safely inside, and all were staring right at my face. I became aware that in the heat of the moment, I had reverted to my animated makeup. I decided there would never be a better time. "I'm the dragon!" I shouted, and my voice easily carried over the racket of the helicopter as it leapt into the sky. A dozen girls totally overwhelmed the frigate's tiny sickbay, so the half-dozen lesser pregnant girls and I took up residence in the wardroom. It was crowded, but I had noticed that every place on the ship was equally cramped. There were no complaints from the girls. They were all so happy to have been rescued and be on their way home that their accommodations for the trip didn't matter. The crew donated spare clothes for them to wear so they wouldn't have to run around naked anymore. Although I'm sure there was a touch of ambivalence on that score. Most of the ship's crew were guys. The few female sailors contributed what they could spare, but most girls got blue dungarees and denim shirts. In order to fit in as much as possible, I ditched my catsuit and put on a pair of men's shorts that I almost had to hold onto all the time, or they would fall off, and a short-sleeved denim shirt that I couldn't button. So I had to tie the tails into a big knot under my boobs and just live with the full exposure cleavage. My borrowed clothes fit about as well as everyone else's. No one complained about the clothes either. We did giggle occasionally when someone had a wardrobe malfunction though. I thought that was a good sign, and I thought it would be a relief to get clothes on again. But I had been running around bare-assed for so long that having anything against my skin now felt really strange. I know several of the girls felt that way because of the way they preferred to shuck off whenever we were in the wardroom, almost as if they were still back in the harem. I wished Nika could have been with us, but she and the others from the island were still high as kites and couldn't be allowed to run loose, or they would probably have tried to seduce every swabby on the ship. They were all still sexually high-strung as well, and I had to concentrate to keep Nika's ongoing climaxes from affecting me. I tried anyway. The especially strong ones mostly got through. I was embarrassed when it would happen while I was talking to my new bunkmates. But they had all been through the same ordeal, and they thought I was just having the same flashbacks that they had experienced in the days following their own experience being strapped to the breeding table. Brock, Eastman and the rest of the Marines had flown back home as soon as their helicopter was refueled. I think they needed to return it before the rental rate went up on the weekend or something. Brock offered to take me back with them, but there was no way in hell I was going to leave Nika. I felt kind of responsible for the rest of the girls too. I knew when we got to the naval base they would get the best medical care and counselling, but I had been through almost everything they had, and I felt an obligation to stick with them until I could turn them over to a shrink. All the girls we had pulled out of Mr. Supreme Ruler's Venezuelan harem told exactly the same story of being kidnapped and dumped on the island, then tricked by Brown into letting him drug them. All had been strapped down and impregnated. All of them felt mortally ashamed that they had been tricked into letting the bastard use and debase them like that. They felt deeply guilty and incredibly conflicted that they had all enjoyed it. That seemed to be the crux of their problem, not that they had been raped, not that they had been made pregnant by a megalomaniac, but that the moment of their greatest humiliation had been the best sex any of them had ever experienced. Granted, much of it had been the hormones and drugs that drove them into such a sexual frenzy that they would have let anyone do anything to them and they would have loved it, but even I had to admit that when it came to delivering the goods, that bastard really came through. My pussy still twitched wildly when I let myself remember how completely stuffed I had been, and how hard I had come, when I felt that huge black snake pulsing and spewing its venom into my womb. The drugs that had saturated my brain were gone now, but I still had an elevated hormone level that would take weeks to die down, and a vivid memory that would be with me forever. We sat and talked about it for hours on the trip, trying to convince ourselves that we would be able to put it behind us and go back to our normal lives. Well, some of us would be able to. What passed for normalcy in my life would be someone else's wildest fantasy. Everyone agreed that Diane had the biggest problem, both figuratively and literally. She had been the first girl to be abducted, back before they had perfected their system and were only grabbing one girl at a time. She had been the first one to be tied to the breeding table, and that was just under 6 months ago. Now, the only way she could be comfortable was to lean back against the bulkhead with a folded pillow under her lower back, her hips thrust forward and her legs spread lewdly apart. She would sit there with the fly of her borrowed jeans unzipped and stroke her distended belly, which they had told her contained triplets, while she tried to think of some way she could explain to her Irish Catholic parents that in less than 4 months' time they would become grandparents to 3 bouncing black babies. We were all sympathetic, but we agreed, out of her hearing of course, that she had been totally screwed in more way than one. Even if her religion had allowed it, an abortion at this late date was pretty much out of the question. "I'm ruined," she said. "Even though I'm out of there and out of his reach and he won't get the chance to make good on his threat to keep me pregnant for the rest of my life is ruined. That bastard ruined me. He destroyed my life. Sean will never want to marry me now." None of us could think of any way to console her. We couldn't make promises on behalf of Sean O'Casey, who we were sure was a good man, but who would have to be worthy of sainthood to go through with the wedding once he knew whose children he would be raising. In a strange way, I think Diane helped everyone else deal with their own problem. Everyone thought that, compared to her, they had got off lightly. Even the other girl who was so pregnant that an abortion was out of the question thought that she had an easier problem to deal with. She was Ukrainian, and her boyfriend was a childless Jamaican widower who could easily pass off 3 mulatto children as his own. Olga even thought he would be happy when she turned up pregnant, since she suspected her boyfriend might have been the infertile one in his previous marriage. The rest universally decided to go with the abortion option at the earliest possible opportunity. They wanted closure on this whole nasty business and the chance to forget. For that reason, I hadn't told them anything about what I had done on the island. No one knew about that except Brock and Eastman, and they were gone. The same line of thinking that led me to talk rather than fight my way out of the harem applied to keeping my mouth shut here. Or at least it did until Diane had a nightmare. It must have been a doozy because she woke up screaming and fighting. A couple of girls tried to calm her down, but they couldn't get close without being clobbered. Something had to be done so she wouldn't injure herself or the others in the tight quarters. So I crawled over quickly and grabbed her arms and folded them between us and hugged her, and hung on as tight as I dared. Someone flipped the lights on, showing 2 naked girls wrapped in a tight embrace. "Diane! Diane!" It's okay. It's okay. You're safe. Hush. It's all right, I said. She still kicked a little, but her legs were longer than mine, and when I curled up, she couldn't do much besides thrash. I hung on, applying as much skin-to-skin contact as I could, and tried to rock her, but she was as stiff as a board and still jerking as she slowly calmed down. He came back, she said. God, he came back. He got me and he was going to rape me again, and oh God, it was horrible. I wanted him to. She cried so hard that it set some of the others off as well. I knew I had to do something before everyone was infected with the same nightmare, so I told them. No, Diane, he won't ever bother you again. He won't ever get any of you, ever again. It's over. But he might, Libby said. He's still out there. No, he's dead. Sam, how do you know? Holly asked. Because I killed him. What? How? I beat him to death with his own breeding table. You? I thought back to what they knew. I'd been cautious. The only thing any of them had seen was my bullet-resistant suit and my freaky makeup, which had only been on for a second before I got control of myself in the helicopter. I didn't want to blow my cover, but they only knew me as Sam, the girl who came with the soldiers to rescue us. Me? See that metal column there? What do you think happened to it? There was a lot of shrugging and head shaking. The metal post still hung by one bolt, which was enough so that it wasn't a hazard, which was why it hadn't been removed or repaired in the short time that I'd been gone. I let go of Diane, who was more curious than scared now. I got up and leaned over the wardroom table and yanked the column free with a sharp ping as the last bolt snapped and went flying into a pile of blankets. Sorry, I said to the room in general. I pulled the corkscrewed post out of the hole and held it in both hands. In a smooth, practiced motion, I made my signature pretzel art with it and laid it on the table. Everyone had to touch the warm steel and feel for themselves that it had been no trick. When Diane was satisfied, I continued. I'm very strong, I said, perhaps redundantly. A lot stronger than you can imagine, a lot stronger than anyone really should be, but that's not the point. When he tried to add me to his collection of pregnant girls, he got a big surprise. What did you do to him? Diane asked. It sounded like she really needed to know the details, so she could feel free and vindicated and move on with what life she had left to her. I tore loose from the leather straps and I wrapped my legs around him, and I crushed him in a scissors lock that I learned from an amateur wrestler friend of mine. I broke his spine. Then I hit with the breeding table. I hit him hard, I hit him really hard. I did it over and over again until you couldn't tell he had been a person. When I quit, he was just a pile of bloody meat on the ground with some bones sticking out of it. I took a deep breath. Describing this was easier than I thought it would be. I discovered that I was getting as much closure out of this as I had hoped they would. I'm not very proud of that. I hadn't planned on telling anyone that part of it, but that bastard just really pissed me off. As I said that, I recaptured some of the mad that I had felt at the time. A hot flash surged through me, followed by a burst of adrenaline, and when I looked down at the moving colour on my boobs, I could see that something else had come back as well. And you just really don't want to piss off the dragon, I said emphatically, before wiping away the makeup. The quiet in the room hung like heavy velvet drapes. I felt a smug satisfaction that I should have felt guilty about, but I suppose I'm just an incurable show-off. I expected that they would have questions after that. I was very surprised to hear the first one. Sam, Holly asked, where do your nipple rings go when you do that thing with your skin? Huh. They don't go anywhere. The dragon is just like a tattoo. It's just pigment in the skin. No, I was looking at I was watching closely when you did that. The scales looked like they went over the rings. That was crazy. She had to have been imagining it. To prove it to her, I turned on my makeup again. This time I felt an odd sensation that I had been too into my performance before to notice. It felt like my skin was crawling. I looked down at my boobs. Everything looked the same as it usually did. A cascade of grey-green scales all down my front. I put my hands up to touch my nipples and show them the rings were still there. But they weren't. The rings were gone and so were my nipples. All I felt was a sheath of hard scales that had grown out of my skin when I decided to turn into the dragon. I held up the hand that I had been waving in front of my face so much lately while I wrestled with my identity crisis. The hyper-realistic bloody claws looked just as they always did. I reached out to the metal bulkhead and extended my fingers as I dragged them across the grey paint. As my hand moved away, there were 4 bright gouges left behind in the steel, put there by my very real and very functional claws.